There's a young girl from Tennessee, just she believing God on me. Taste of the vanity, I'm chasing the recipe. Late nights look like we've been running so hard that I hit the wall. Lungs burning with the fire and the trench. Chrome hearts, silver blood shines so my sleeve. We're addicted to the pain, cause it just won't leave. Cinco, yeah, so I've been tripping on how so up the way past 21. Numenon, shuttered eyes. Numenon, pick of life. Numenon, tic tac, Cimarron. Numenon, Southwest Indian, Lebanon, lot of lies. Spinning on, spin up time.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Yo, this shit is fucking dope. Hold on, check this out. You're gonna love it. Shit. Shit. How's it going? I don't know. Let's go. Come on. Okay, whatever, it's cool. What up, y'all? What's going on? Okay, this shit is tight.
Buy suitcase, pants to the cleaner, cigarettes for Keller. Call the vet, call the groomer, call the dog sitter. Milk thistle, calcium, high-rise boot cut, Advil, black jeans, blue jeans, cardigan, purse, passport,
Okay.
pajamas.
Just gonna just shrink that down there. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hoodie, toothpaste, brush, foundation, contact solution.
Tight.
Mascara,
What up? What's going on?
lip mask, eye
The
mask,
concept of moms? Yeah.
travel shampoo,
Not my favorite holiday. Gotta say. Okay. Let's hope they don't pull this one. Dude, I got home from soccer and did so much yard work today. I fucking you know, I don't want to say it, but y'all know what I'm thinking, right? You know? Why was I doing yard work? Whose responsibility is that yard work? Shouldn't be mine, is it? I fucking work all day. Shit looks nice though. It's fucking really nice out there. We have a fucking brunch appointment tomorrow. Or reservation, I guess. So, it'll be fun. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Where do you see this shit? Simp Dingle is 3 beer cans tall. What up, Tool? What's up, Jack Bird? Sorry, Toops. What's up, Toops? What's up, Ricky? Friend of the stream. Let's go. Quit calling me a white supremacist when I repeat white supremacist talking points. I haven't talked to Skate in fucking since that night. You know the night. Okay. Check it out. Fucking new Hecklefish video. That should be cool. Dude, how come I only have fucking 52 followers? Are you kidding me? Not all of y'all are doing fake accounts and following me multiple times, are you?
Nobody knows and holds mics like he knows karate body blows. Nobody knows the trouble I see from the MPV fly dirty tailing the bubble I-30. For the record, this is some shit I just thought of, y'all. Science fiction that's not admissible in no court of law. Okay. I live to rock mics in 3D. The only reason I seek to stop to snuff the TV. I heard beats that sound like karaoke with monkey rhymers on a leash like don't have this fairy chokey. Hit him with a penny so we could get these peanuts. And I thought we was nuts. I used to get free cuts. They locked Lex Luthor up in Green Haven. When a nigga never really been too clean shaven. Misbehaving rap stars need Listerman. Call me Mr. Bent. I'm at where your sister went. Intelligent, used to write and be well spoke. Now all a nigga wanna do is fight and sell.
Okay. I know, right? I thought we were gonna get 5. We were gonna get one more Kendrick. Who was telling me that? Fuck. Punch a baby bear in his dick. Whoa. This is what I think of every time someone says the kids are alright. They're like, oh, the kids are gonna save us. And then I remember these videos. You know, I'm just gonna. Nice. Whoa. God damn. How do you get the fucking bigger size video? Tukes, have you been watching Sugar? I heard something interesting about it. You probably know. They were talking about it on the, whatchamacallit, on, what the fuck is that? Oh, nerd.
I'm lost. Can you help me find my way
Oh,
home?
creep show. Oh, fuck, dude. So, I heard the end of episode 6. It was a fucking straight noir show. And then the end of episode 6, he's revealed that Colin Farrell's an alien of some sort. Is that true? I mean, but how do they go 6 episodes without doing anything? This is stupid. How do they go 6 episodes
Why
with
do the
nothing?
people of China still hold such high regard for Mao until now? To be honest, I hold high regard for Mao, even though knowing that he made huge mistake at the end of his life.
Shut up, nerd.
But that doesn't change the contribution he already made for China. You can't name one person other than Mao who's more instrumental than the founding of modern China to the current day China, right? Okay, so his vision is that China was
Where's
weak,
my alert?
which is a fact. China was very weak.
Where's my alert?
Okay,
You kidding me?
So, the
What the shit?
Opium War and Qing government, we all
dude.
know. After
You kidding
that,
me?
there's a string of government in China. Many of them are actually democratic, like
What up, y'all?
parliament style government.
nerd
That
ass?
doesn't change anything.
This guy's disrespecting Chairman Mao. Why didn't that go off?
So China was
Yo, did y'all see that dog video I posted? Man.
Too old for Twix, says Raiders. Refresh your window, follow the stream.
If Deng still supported Mao, then what communist could denounce him? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, exactly. That's what I say, it's like... Dude, I'm not a fucking theoretician, right? I can't, like, decide, like, what's proper. Like, what is a communist to do except fucking look to the biggest communist parties in the world and follow them? Duh. Right? What do you, like, you know? What are we supposed to do? Oh, yeah, it's cool, I got this. Yeah. Do. I mean, I don't know if that means it's on or off now. Yeah, I mean, I was just busting that guy's chops. I gotta speed the video up, that's what I need to do. Dude, I wanna make more fucking data videos. Where should we put them? I couldn't figure out where to put them, so I just put them in that Hamas tunnel. Dude, both teams lost today. Fucking hell. I don't know what the fuck. Girls fell apart. They were winning the whole fucking most of the game and then fell apart at the very end. Sucked. Boys, boys did all right. You know, actually, the boys. I don't know if the boys lost or we tied. I forget. Boys was a lot closer. Bunch of baby bear in his dick. Yeah, I do blame the coach. You're right about that. I shit the bed. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a coach. You know, I enjoy it a lot. I have a lot of fun. I like, you know, I try to teach the kids. I'm really passionate. Um, what the fuck, dude? Dude, I've learned the hard way that anytime there's like a CERN something video, it's gonna be lame. Okay. No, I mean I'm not like that.
The vast majority
I do coach him to be Spursy. You're right. Yeah, we're always wearing my coach's hat. That is true. I do fucking try to instill a Spursy mentality into them, and it doesn't work unless you have it in your fucking, you have to be like committed to the bit, sort of, like they like, because I teach them like a fucking, like a scatter shot, again, Spursy style of play. Like, okay, you kick it over there, then you run onto it and score. So it's really good if you understand what I'm trying to tell them, right? Like, it, like if they understood more about the way soccer is supposed to be played, then it would work. It's just they don't. They just like that's the problem. Is like none of the kids on either team have ever actually like watched a soccer game. They like they like have played it, and maybe their parents have gotten them to watch a few minutes of something, but like they have no like awareness of where they're supposed to go. Like they run up and kick the ball, and then they like fucking stand there around and they want something to happen.
of countries on Earth voted at the United Nations General Assembly to admit Palestine as a full member. However, the US and Israel and 7 small countries opposed the will of the vast majority of the
I
international
listened to Ken Clips on QAnon Anonymous today. I try to watch Philly. I don't have the fucking I don't really have any of the games, so I watch them when they're on, NBC or whatever. Um I was saying Klippenstein, uh Haven Sound, what? 14-year-old phenom? Huh. Uh let's see. How good is the 14-year-old phenom? A groundbreaking, highly anticipated homegrown deal with the Philadelphia Union? Union coach Jim Curtin used a more detailed version of the familiar sporting truism "ball don't lie" as he sat alongside the teenager at Thursday's introductory press conference, harking back to Sullivan's early moments in a first-team practice. "This game tells the truth at all levels," said Curtin. "Whatever age you are, when a practice starts and guys give you the ball, that's the ultimate sign of respect. And within 10 seconds into the first training session, they gave him the ball. That's probably the simplest way I could put it. And they gave him the ball more and more as the session went on. I mean, yeah, when it first gets there, you give him the ball because you want to see, you know, you want to see if they can play, you know. Um, what happened? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Wait a minute, what happened with Eurovision? I saw they booed her. I didn't see what the final vote was. What, is that it? I know. 14. Um, So, Union 2 head coach Marlon LeBlanc, who gave Sullivan his MLS Next Pro debut earlier this year, is a veteran presence in Philly's system who knows Cavan and really his entire family quite well at this point. He too did not hold back in his praise for the youngster's big day. What sets Cav apart in a lot of ways is really his mentality. He will come at you 5 times and you may stop him 5 times. He's going to come at you 6 times and he'll get you, said LeBlanc. That type of mentality, I think, that sets him apart from his peers in a lot of ways. That's what I try to teach my kids. I was asked about a question a while ago before we gave him his second team debut. Are you worried about him getting kicked? My answer was, I'm more worried about the guy on the other side who's going to go and kick when he goes into the game. It's that fearlessness for what he can do with the ball and then not be afraid to go into first team training session. Okay. So is he going to get first team minutes this year?
Philly. This is home. There's no place I'd rather start my
Yeah, listen
journey.
to his accent. Nice.
I will give everything to this city and this club. Kevin Sullivan, number 6, Philadelphia Union. This is just the beginning.
Wait. There's no highlight reel? I want to see him fucking play. Anyway. Younger brother of Union mainstay Quinn Sullivan. Closely monitoring him. Ernst Tanner has unearthed a healthy list of future stars in his long career. Hungarian dynamo Dominic Soboszlai. Cool. He's got the fucking douchebag look down. Cool. Good for him. Anyway. Okay.
Community. And even though the US and its allies only represent 5% of the world population, they are opposed.
Coach McGurk.
You got to stay in your positions, all right? You think of it like it's
I don't tell him
a
that.
hospital emergency
I don't
room.
tell him to stay in
Everybody's got a
positions.
job to do. The receptionist asks what the problem is. The triage nurse verifies the problem, then the doctors fix the problem. Of course, some doctors are comedians and have to make comments because they think they're funny. Well, sir, how'd you get a cut on your... Brendan! You're late again.
I'm sorry.
Come over here, Brendan. The rest of you take laps. Remember the hospital thing.
Remember the hospital thing. No, I don't tell him to do that. They're fucking... The little boys are 7 years old. They should be able to run for an hour. And the girls are 10 years old. They should be able to run for an hour too. That's what I don't get. It's like, how the fuck are you that young and you can't run? Like, Eloise goes out there and runs for 5 minutes and then she's grabbing her side. Like, oh. How am I supposed to coach that? It's like, oh man. Yo, this is my new favorite channel, this Universe Inside You. It's a terrible name, but it's a great fucking channel.
Opposing the rest of the world.
I mean, it's a good question, Mamboon. I do smoke at the field sometimes when I have to, because I'll have like 2 games, like an hour in between. So like I'll finish the one game and then like sneak off and catch a smoke. So a lot of them have seen me, I think, probably.
And preventing...
Oh, I was talking about Klippenstein. So Klippenstein, he had a story he was telling about Ecuador was supposed to go... There's a big scandal. They were supposed to vote along with them here. And then at the last minute, they didn't do it because the story broke. Because of Klippenstein's fearless adversarial journalism.
Palestine from becoming a full member of the United Nations. In April, there was a vote in the UN...
They're not like flopping around or anything.
Security Council on a resolution that would have admitted Palestine as a full member, and the U.S. has veto power on the Security Council, so the U.S. prevented that resolution from passing and therefore blocked Palestine from being recognized as a full member. In response to that, the UN General Assembly, where all countries have a vote, all member states, there are 193 member states in the world. On the 10th of May, the General Assembly held a vote on another resolution that called to admit Palestine as a full member.
What the fuck,
and
Turkey?
100
Look at those fucking Turkish cocks, dude. Yeah. What is that, Belgium or the Netherlands? How could you be against this? Right? Who is that? Fucking Papua New Guinea? Us, Argentina. Was that Austria? Was that Hungary? What's this shit? This red one here. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at Ukraine. Never mind. Okay, sorry. I confused those two. Yeah, I mean, Erdogan's been using this as a fucking, as a clout chasing mechanism this whole time. And so I'm dubious that they will actually do anything, because I can't think of anything they've actually done to actually materially affect Israel, right? It's just fucking Erdogan talking shit. Who's this other? Oh, Czechia, okay. So that's Italy, Switzerland, Germany. I mean, some of these I can see in the context of like they just don't, like a fucking competition or whatever, I guess.
43 countries representing the
This is more than usual. Usually it's like two, like one other country votes with the US.
vast majority of the global population voted in support of the resolution, which includes the most populous countries on Earth: China, India, Brazil,
That's what I mean.
Pakistan, Bangladesh.
Like some of them I see like it could be something else of like maybe related to like some of their exports or something, maybe. I think France's diplomatic corps is independent of Macron. Also, they have a right-wing government these days, Sweden. Right? Finland is pretty shocking, though. The fuck, guys?
Russia, Indonesia, Nigeria, these massive countries with huge populations.
Paraguay is pretty fucking right-wing, I think.
Voted to recognize Palestine.
A lot of those,
and only 9
German last
countries
names
voted against the resolution, opposing full membership for Palestine. Those were the United States, Argentina, which has a far-right pro-US government led by Javier Milei, who is a libertarian. Also Hungary, which has a right-wing anti-Muslim government. And Czechia, also known as the Czech Republic. And also Papua New Guinea. They voted against membership for Palestine, along with 3 tiny island nations. I made a list of the 9 countries that voted against the resolution and showed their populations together. They have a combined population of 429 million, which is 5% of the world population. Again, this includes the US, Argentina, Czechia, Papua New Guinea, Hungary, Israel, Micronesia, Palau, and Nauru.
I mean, they basically just bribed them. Like Palau and Nauru, they basically bribed them somehow. It's different every time, but it's like we'll give you this if you vote with us, and they don't care. I mean, their vote's not going to matter. It's just the U.S. just likes to have the appearance of countries voting along with them. Not, they just don't want it to be like just them in one vassal state or whatever. They wanted to have like a handful. Like, this is a good vote for them. This is a pretty successful lobbying effort that they did. Usually, you recall, last couple times it's been like 2 countries. It's been like the UK and Ukraine or whatever.
And I should point out that the tiny island nations of Micronesia, Palau, and Nauru have a combined population of just over 130,000 people. Palau has 22,000 people. Nauru has 10,000 people. They are smaller than small towns in major countries.
They have kings there. They bribe.
I mean, really, it's the U.S. and a small handful of puppets and allies that
I
voted
don't know
against
Czechia, though. That's weird.
statehood for Palestine. Now, what's also interesting about this vote is that many countries in Europe
right.
that are Western allies voted in support of recognizing Palestine, including France, Spain, and Portugal. And some other major European countries abstained, including the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy. They abstained. And also, it's very noteworthy that
What's that yellow one
Ukraine
down there?
abstained. Ukraine is
what's
a
up with
close
Ukraine,
ally
man?
of
Come on,
Israel,
Ukraine.
supporting Israel's oppression of the Palestinians, supporting Israel's war on the Palestinian civilian population.
particles all
And
across
Ukraine
the
has
globe.
been very hostile against the global South, which represents the global majority, which is why it's very ironic that Western pundits constantly complain that the global South have not supported Ukraine. 87% of the population of the global South has not joined the West in supporting Ukraine. And yet it's no surprise when you see that Ukraine opposes the global South and Ukraine does not recognize the sovereignty of the Palestinian people. So why would the global South support Ukraine? In fact, back in November, there was another vote in the UN General Assembly condemning the illegal US blockade against Cuba, which has gone on for over 60 years. And almost every single country on Earth, 187 out of 193 UN member states, voted in support of the resolution calling to end the illegal US blockade against Cuba. And only one country abstained, Ukraine, and only one country joined the US in voting against the resolution, Israel. So we see how the US, Israel, and Ukraine are allied against the global South, against the global majority, and yet they constantly complain that the global majority does not support them. So if we go back to this map that I made that shows the vote on the 10th of May, you can see that the vast majority of countries in the global South, in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, voted to admit Palestine as a full member. And even some Western allies also joined, including Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. It shows how the US is really isolated on the world stage.
Right? Yeah.
And even more ironically, the US government is currently run by Joe Biden from the Democratic Party. And Biden has criticized Hungary's right-wing leader, Viktor Orban, referring to him as a dictator. But Biden is allied with Viktor Orban against Palestine in support of the Israeli apartheid regime. The Democrats condemn Hungary for being an ally of Donald Trump and the Republicans, and yet they're all in agreement in denying the Palestinian people their sovereignty and supporting Israeli colonialism.
It's kind of funny.
And before me here, I have the General Assembly resolution that
Like, these countries are all bitching about, like, all the hogs in Europe are all bitching about the fucking refugees. Why do you think you have refugees, dumb fuck?
was introduced on the 9th of May. And if you look at the countries that co-sponsor the resolution,
Why do you think
you
you
can
have
see that they
refugees?
are global South nations representing Latin America, Africa, and West Asia. And by the way, it includes the leftist governments in Latin America, in Bolivia, Colombia, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And by the way, a
What are you
quick
guys
note
arguing
for
about?
people who might be confused why Venezuela co-sponsored the resolution, but why Venezuela did not vote in the General Assembly, it's because Venezuela's right to vote has been taken away from
Yeah, their fucking diplomats aren't allowed in New
it
York.
because of the illegal U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. The U.S. stole Venezuela's assets that were held in its foreign bank accounts as part of the coup attempt launched by the Donald Trump administration in 2019 that Joe Biden has continued, this bipartisan coup attempt.
I love that
So
pic.
the U.S. stole
pic goes so
Venezuela's
hard.
money, and Venezuela has not been able to pay its membership dues at the UN. So the UN suspended Venezuela's voting rights because of this. The UN also suspended Afghanistan's voting rights because the US also stole the foreign exchange
imagine?
reserves of Afghanistan.
God damn.
So here we see that the US is acting as a pirate, stealing the money of Venezuela, Afghanistan, Russia, Iran,
Like,
and other
like, what the fuck? Like, why? How, I don't know. I don't know who controls like monetary policy for the UN dues, but man, let that shit slide, first of all. Second of all, somebody else should just pay it. I mean, same thing, like, I don't know. UNRWA, too. There's just like, there's billionaires all over the world, right? Like, fucking these countries need to just be comfortable just stepping up and saying, no, I'm taking your shit to pay off this, right? Like, um, it's just none of them are willing to do it. Like, not just the Western countries, all over the world. Like, aren't there fucking, like, I don't know, can't, like, the fucking CPC, like, lean on some fucking rich Chinese guy to do some of this shit? Something like that? And that's just an example, but, like, you know, something like that all over the world.
Countries, and this means that some of them have lost their voting rights at the UN. But Venezuela would have 100% voted in support of Palestine. Again, Venezuela co-sponsored the resolution. And this resolution, it should not be very controversial. What it says is that it, quote, determines that the state of Palestine is qualified for membership in the United Nations and should therefore be admitted to membership in the United Nations. It calls for the participation of the state of Palestine in the sessions and work of the General Assembly and the international conferences convened by the UN General Assembly. It reaffirms the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, their right to an independent state, and it calls for an end to the Israeli occupation that began in 1967 and which violates international law. So the countries that voted against this resolution are voting against recognizing the self-determination and sovereignty of the Palestinian people and are voting in support of Israel's illegal military occupation. And this exposes the hypocrisy of the US government, which for decades has claimed that it supposedly supports a two-state solution in Israel-Palestine. Joe Biden has said this repeatedly. As recently as October, he said, we cannot give up on a two-state solution. And he said he had a conversation with Netanyahu.
That shit in October, I feel like he just had that set to auto tweet. I feel like Biden's tweets are like fucking programmed, like, you know, 6 months in advance. I think he had that shit set up to like fucking post automatically and didn't change it after the fucking October 7th.
In which he talked about having a two-state solution. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said dozens of times that Washington supposedly supports a two-state solution for Israel-Palestine, and yet when it actually comes to votes on the international stage, the U.S. always opposes the creation of a Palestinian state, the admission of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. And the U.S. showed this, the Biden administration showed this back in April when it vetoed the Security Council resolution that would have admitted Palestine as a full member. This is why I always emphasize that it doesn't matter what the U.S. government says. The rhetoric of the U.S. government doesn't matter. Rhetoric is cheap. Actions are what matter. And objectively speaking, the Biden administration is allied with the far right in the US. The Democrats warned that Trump and the Republicans are fascist and extreme authoritarians, and yet they are allied with them. They are allied with the far right in Europe. They are allied with Viktor Orban in Hungary. In fact, a poll published this May by the new media outlet Zeteo found that the majority of Democrats say that Israel is committing the G crime, the worst possible crime in Gaza. I'm not saying that word because then this will be censored in the algorithm. The majority of Democrats say that, and yet Biden is allied with the Republicans. The majority of Republicans say Israel is not committing the G crime. So once again, we see how the US government is not actually democratic. The Biden administration is not representing its own base.
I was thinking about that fucking debate all day and getting so mad. That fucking guy. What is he known for? That Shapiro guy. He said he had an incident in Georgetown. It was like some sort of like cancel culture type thing, I guess. I don't know, but I just kept thinking about like that smug motherfucker being like, oh, it's actually not hypocritical at all. Fucking asshole.
it's going against its own base and instead allying with the far right. And the US is opposing the will of the vast majority of humanity. 143 out of the 193 UN member states already recognize Palestine as a state and have formal diplomatic relations with Palestine. That is the vast majority of the global population. And if you look at a map, like I have right here, you can see that it is almost all of Latin America, Africa, and Asia. It is only the West, led by the US, that refuses to officially recognize Palestine as a state. And now that this new resolution has passed in the General Assembly, what this means is that basically Palestine has all of the rights of other UN member states, except it cannot vote. And I'm reading here from the UN News Agency, and it notes on the 10th of May when this resolution was passed, it notes that this resolution upgrades Palestine.
That's not why. I mean, come on, dude. All these countries, these European countries that like, play up the refugee crisis or whatever, they could all fucking get like, it would really not be prohibitively expensive to set them up in public. I think most of them do have public housing and shit, right? It's just the fucking grievances that they cry about, like, oh, you fucking giving them all this shit, not me. I think is probably a big part of it, but like, fucking, like, the fact that these right-wing European leaders make hay out of this is not because it's some foregone conclusion or whatever. It's because it's a convenient political tool for them, right? Simple as. It's what they do. The fucking ruling class divides the working class and pits them against each other. That's their classic strategy. I don't think it's because of their fucking historical relationship to the Persian Empire, you know? Like, I think that makes it easier for Orban to sell it, but I think it's just a political tool for him, you know? I mean, because people like him made it a fucking thing. Like, it doesn't have to be a thing, right? Like, they don't have to fucking demonize immigrants, you know? Like, they do that like, by choice, just, again, because it's convenient politically, not because there's any like inevitability to it. Like, you could just not be a dick about it and emphasize, hey, we're fucking prosperous. We're gonna, our allies started this war or whatever. There's plenty of different angles you could go to like sell it to your country on just a humanitarian, not dickhead level. And it's funny they never do that. They always grip on and use it as a, divisive tool.
Rights at the world's body as an observer state without offering full membership. What it means is that now Palestine has all rights except it does not have the right to.
I'm just saying it's like, it doesn't have to be that way. It's not like some fucking like intricacies of the state construction or whatever. It's modern political leaders use it, their own interest.
Vote and does not have the right to put forward Palestinian candidates to official organs at the UN. But what it does have is that Palestine now has the right to be seated among member states in alphabetical order. Palestine has the right to make statements on behalf of a group, to submit proposals and amendments. Palestine has the right to co-sponsor proposals and amendments. It has the right to propose items to be included in the provisional agenda, the right of members of the delegation of the state of Palestine to be elected as officers in the committees of the General Assembly, and also full participation in UN conferences. And this UN news agency report quoted China, whose representative spoke out in this meeting in support of Palestine.
I mean, it's like everything else, man. It's like it costs rich people a little bit extra, and then they use that. They don't give a fuck. Oh, it cost $1. Oh, yeah. You know what? We're gonna fucking spend $10 running a smear campaign to get people to hate and fear immigrants. Right? It's effectively what it breaks down to. Maybe those figures aren't quite right, but I guarantee you it's more expensive this way. Like, it would be just pretty much any kind of societal ill, I would make a bet that it's like cheaper in the long run. You know, let's say 10-year period. It's cheaper to just fucking cough up the cash and pay it, right? And deal with it than it is to try to, like, you know, deflect and avoid.
And China's representative said that on the Palestine-Israel issue, the United States has repeatedly used its veto in an unjustified attempt to obstruct the international community's efforts to correct the historical injustice long visited on Palestine. And China said that the U.S. abusing its veto power in this way, quote, is not commensurate with the role of a responsible major country.
That's right.
So China is saying that the U.S. is not responsible. And Russia also spoke out in this meeting in support of Palestinian membership. The Russian ambassador said that it is the moral duty of everyone to recognize Palestine. And he said that the resolution was too complicated because it was attempting to advance Palestinian membership as far as possible.
This fucking Saudi ruling class hates Palestinians the most.
Without provoking another veto from Washington on full membership. So this is the situation we're in. China, Russia, the vast majority of countries on Earth support giving full membership to Palestine. It's really only the United States that is standing in the way, abusing its veto power and denying the people of Palestine their sovereignty and their right to a state. So anytime the U.S. government claims that it supposedly supports a two-state solution and peace, you should always remember these votes that the U.S. carried out and ignore what the U.S. says and look at its actions.
That's what they,
because
that's what
words are
President Xi makes them do.
Actions are what actually matter.
He's got
On that note, I'm going to conclude here. I'm Ben Norton.
They made him put on that collared shirt, and he has to do like a little segment in every video about how base China is.
The editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy
Or he
Report.
loses his visa.
I want to thank everyone for joining me. Please like and subscribe. I will be back very soon. See you next time.
Yeah, I forgot to go look at the lights last night. We're watching this shit later. Prehistoric megastructures of Japan. What? What's up? What? Kid that got bombed when he was singing and praising Muhammad? No, that sucks. I saw a video a second ago of kid, I don't know, 4 years old, like dancing and his friends like clapping for him in the ruins. I just can't imagine, dude. I can't even fucking imagine, God. Like being there with my kids. Oh fuck, dude. I don't want to watch this for a second.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org.
I usually check out the Middle Easter. I go through them, a bunch of them.
/give. College campuses around the world have ignited in a global uprising of students protesting Israel's assault on Gaza. From New York to Berlin, San Francisco to Sydney, students have set up Gaza solidarity encampments to call for a ceasefire and to demand that their schools disclose and divest from companies with ties to Israel. Many universities have responded by calling the police onto their campuses to violently break up the encampments. In the U.S. alone,
so insane.
Over 2,000 students, faculty, and supporters have been arrested at dozens of universities over the past 3 weeks. But as the campus crackdowns continue...
Look, according to Ilya Shapiro, this is not the students themselves being punished here. It's the group. In some weird sort of straw man. I don't even know. It's like a straw donor thing. SJP is the one who's in trouble, not any of the individual students.
Students
it's such a cop out. It's like The only way you could believe that is if you had just zero fucking understanding of like actual like policing and had never left your house, basically, right? Like, yeah, sure, you can make that argument for the judge. That's the only guy who's gonna fucking buy it. Otherwise, everyone knows you're full of shit, you know?
A number of universities have managed to negotiate agreements where administrators have acceded to some of the protesters' demands.
Oh.
One of the first was Pitzer College in California on April 1st. Today, we're joined by students from 4 universities where school administrations have agreed to a number of key demands, such as publicly calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and exploring divestment from Israel. At Brown University, which came to an agreement last week, we're joined by Rafi Ash, a sophomore majoring in urban studies,
Yeah,
part of
dude.
Brown Jews for a Ceasefire Now and Brown Divest Coalition. He's joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. At Middlebury College, which struck a deal on Sunday, we're joined by Duncan Krebs, a graduating senior at Middlebury, where he's majoring in mathematics. He was part of the
Like, how do you think Wahhabism is spread? Right? It's not like a that's not organic, you know. It's this fucking Saudis who are doing it.
pro-Palestinian Middlebury Solidarity encampment, and he joins us from Middlebury, Vermont. At Evergreen State College in Washington, which came to an agreement last week, we're joined by Alex Marshall, a third-year student, joining us from Olympia. Evergreen is the alma mater of Rachel Corrie, the American peace activist killed by Israeli military bulldozer in Gaza, March 16th, 2000.
Yeah, I think I don't know, just based. I'm not an expert, but like I remember listening to that 30 Years War podcast that Matt Christman did. Seemed like the idea of like you know, like Turkish hordes, like, you know, fighting the Muslim hordes and the Turks are going to invade Europe, blah blah blah, was like fear-mongered about a lot. Like, it was something that I think average Europeans were quite afraid of back in the day. But it didn't actually happen, right? It was very rare that they actually fought there. Even during the Crusades, like, they actually spent most of their fighting energy fighting other Christian groups.
2003. And at Rutgers University in New Jersey, we're joined by Asil, a Palestinian student at Rutgers who has family in Gaza. She's part of Students for Justice in Palestine. We welcome you all to Democracy Now! Let's begin at Brown. Rafi Ash.
It is a bit, it's like just so petty of them doing this. It's like it makes them look terrible crushing these protesters, right? They like, the thing to do would have been to ignore them, but they're just so fucking psychotic and petty. They can't abide it. They can't stand, like that fucking guy last night. He can't stand like walking past them on campus. Drives him nuts looking at it.
You were a sophomore in urban studies.
And like, he admitted it at the end too, by the way. The whole time he's arguing about how he's like just being, I'm just calling balls and strikes, bro. And then at the end he's basically like, look, I'm fucking, you know, I don't like him or whatever. I forget what he said, but he stated it openly. And like, that's the point. Is like, yes, some percentage of the population is going to be opposed to any protest. It's not going to be in line with their interests, and they're going to be hassled by it. So some percentage of selfish scumbag, you know, right-wing individuals are going to be opposed to the Palestinian cause. That doesn't mean that they're correct. It's not like an objective thing. Like, your opinion about it is not the truth, right? It's like one fucking asshole's opinion, you know? You can't make that kind of claim. Like, is it good or bad? You can't. It's going to be good for some people, bad for other people, and neutral for most people, you know?
At Brown. Can you talk about the encampment that was set up and then what ensued?
Democracy is so over.
Yeah, so we set up an encampment 2 weeks ago at this point, and our encampment was on the main green, our central quad on campus, and we set up for 7 days. And while the administration raised its disciplinary threats over the course of those days, that really did not, sway students. And as the administration was trying to start set up for commencement, the pressure grew on them to actually begin to, either force us out
Columbia
or come to the
canceling
table.
their shit, like,
and we were able to.
I'd like to say that it's like it looks bad on them. They're just blaming it on the protesters, and I think most people are going to think that, right? Which kind of sucks, but I think people who actually know will know, and they know how bad it actually is.
Force them to the table on
little
Monday
comfort.
of last week, and that led to a multi-day negotiations process. And I think these negotiations didn't really seem like a possibility before these encampments.
God, I don't know about this kid. This thing about this guy just screams like rich as fuck. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not the Ivy League. It's something else. Like his voice.
Through them, we were able to actually, push to force a vote on divestment, and that's a
Like
vote that's never happened before at Brown, and that's something that we've been pushing for a long time. That our board of corporation will first have a more informational session on divestment without a vote, but then followed by at the meeting after a guaranteed vote. And
he's got the Isaac Arthur.
The story. We still have so much more work to do, and we need to make sure that vote is a yes for divestment. But that was a huge step that came out of an escalatory encampment.
Now, a while ago, there were a number of arrests on campus.
Cute rich kid's
there were protests after Hashem Awartani, who is the Brown student who was shot in Burlington, Vermont, when he and two of his best friends from the Friends Academy in Ramallah, who had come to the United States to go to college where their families thought it was safer, was shot by a white man off his porch when they were taking a walk on the way to his grandmother's house. Hashem is now paralyzed. Can you talk about what happened after that and the number of arrests that took place and the administration's response to that? And are there the quashing of those charges also part of this discussion with the administration?
Yeah, so we had last semester 61 arrests on campus, 20 of them in early November before the shooting, and then another 41 in the weeks after Hisham's shooting. And I think there's a it brings it very
like the landlord in Chicago, like that actually made more sense to me, because it's like people that you fucking live with, so you're fucking you convince yourself that they're like fucking scary or whatever. Some random kid walking by your house that's like a college kid, and you're just gonna be like, oh, that guy, fucking get his ass. I don't know. It's
personal,
unhinged, obviously,
and directly to home that the violence against Palestinians is that our university is currently complicit in through its endowment. Yes, that affects. That is not only affecting Palestinians in Palestine, that also incites violence against Palestinians here and against Brown's own Palestinian students.
So with this, go ahead.
Yeah, they don't give two fucks about that.
This makes it very, very personal and very, essential to so many Brown students to stand up against their administration's violence.
I want to bring Duncan Krebs into the conversation, a senior at Middlebury College at Middlebury, Vermont.
By the way, my standard of like schools that I like or not, the Brown Frisbee team, cool as fuck.
Duncan, talk about setting up the encampment and what happened next.
Yeah, we set up our encampment, I guess, early morning 2 Sundays ago. And then started engaging with the administration on Tuesday of that following week and had negotiations from there. I think a notable part of our experience is the atmosphere of relative calm that we existed in. We didn't experience the counter protests of many other college campuses.
There's like fucking 20 people in Middlebury. Good for you.
To not send the police in on its own students, which we want to clarify. We believe is the bare minimum for any administrative response to student activism and free speech.
So talk about the demands and negotiations and who is on the team on both sides, administration and students.
Yeah,
ultimate
frisbee. 4 administrators,
ultimate frisbee, not extreme frisbee.
Representing kind of different aspects of the institution.
It is pretty extreme,
a rotating
though.
team of students to kind of spread the burden of those negotiations.
I thought those were going to be juicier. It's kind of boring.
Corey. In fact, it's the alma mater of Rachel Corrie. She was set to graduate from Evergreen in 2003 and went to Gaza and stood in front of a pharmacist's home as an Israeli bulldozer was moving in to demolish it, and she was crushed to death by that bulldozer. Alex, can you talk about the protest encampment when it was set up, and then what you negotiated with Evergreen authorities, the administration?
That guy driving the bulldozer probably has like a cabinet position now or something, right? He's like chief of police somewhere.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So our encampment was established on Tuesday the 23rd. And negotiations began with administration on the following day, Wednesday the 24th. There was initially a rotating team of negotiators, but then a second team was established to step in on Sunday the 28th, and I was a part of that new team. Our demands were formulated through a process of consensus within the encampment.
I like this kid better.
And we focused on divesting from companies that are profiting off of Israel's occupation of Palestine, changing Evergreen's grant acceptance policy to no longer accept funding from Zionist organizations that support stifling students' free speech, as well as a police services community review board structure to be created, and the creation of an alternative model of crisis response. Evergreen also agreed to prohibit study abroad programs to Israel, Gaza, or the West Bank until the day comes when Palestinian students would be allowed entry. And they also agreed to release a statement calling for a ceasefire and acknowledging the International Court of Justice's genocide investigation.
And who were the people who negotiated on both sides, Alex?
Well, I was on a team of 4, and on the administrative side, it was the vice president of the college and the dean of students.
And what do you think was different about your school than places like Columbia, where they called in the police twice?
Fucking psychos, dude.
It being Rachel Corrie's alma mater, I think, is significant.
Yeah, that's true.
She's been gone for 20 years, but her memory lives on amongst the student body and the Olympia community.
That's been like a, fucking, like, I don't know, proto-woke school or whatever for like years, since like the late 80s. I remember like reading books about like Seattle in the 90s, and a lot of them fucking had nice things to say about Evergreen State.
Community at large. Craig and Cindy Corrie came to one of our rallies to speak. And I think her memory, I have learned about her. I've read her emails to her parents in multiple classes that I've taken at Evergreen. And her memory being so inspiring in that way. I believe also that Evergreen has an interest in maintaining its image as a college that highly values diversity and equity, working across significant differences, and advocating for students' voices and students' abilities to exercise their rights to freedom of speech, freedom of protest.
That school looks fun.
Evergreen is a small college. We've had the college has had a rough few years after the media storm that occurred in 2017. And administration knew that there would be serious repercussions to Evergreen's image if police were called in. We are extremely grateful that all of our students were safe, and we had no arrests, and no students have been written up for policy violations. And I think that really speaks to Evergreen's the culture of Evergreen's student body as one that really emphasizes taking care of each other and fighting for the struggle for justice.
We're going to end with Asil, who is a Palestinian student at Rutgers University in New Jersey, who has family in Gaza. We're only using Asil's first name.
No, it's like, it's part of the state school system, but it's like the state arts school, I think. Like, it's like Washington State, but, that's the one that's like, where the artsy kids or whatever. That's cool.
because she is concerned about doxing. Asil, can you talk about what happened at Rutgers after students set up the Rutgers encampment?
Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking maniacs in Jersey.
So last Thursday we ended our encampment. It was 4 day. It was a 4-day encampment.
Yeah, I think you can predict.
And as a result,
like,
our collective.
It's like you can predict who's going to do something like this or not, based on how much they have invested in it and how much the donor base is invested in it. It's like Colombia was making a shitload of money from investments in Israel. That's part of it. The other part of it is they had a ton of fucking wealthy Zionist alumni who, you know, we saw Robert Kraft in the news, but I'm sure he's just the tip of the iceberg, right? I'm sure most of them didn't pull the money right away. They threatened to pull the money, you know, and then they did what they wanted. They probably still pulled the money anyway, but, you know, they're succumbing to threats. Baroness.
Efforts, we were able to have the Rutgers administration agree to commit to 8 out of 10 demands, which we are like really, really happy about. And I just also want to know that this encampment came in like the span of 3 weeks, where we did it was our second encampment because we revived Kent State University. That's one. And another thing as well
Revived
is
Kent State? What does that mean?
We are very excited that part of our demands is, number one, that we are going to welcome 10 Gazan students, some of whom we anticipate to be our family members. Another thing is that we are going to finally have Palestinian flags hung, and Holloway is finally going to acknowledge his Palestinian students, finally, and name Palestine and Palestinians in his statements instead of like the Middle East region and the Gaza region. And then not only that, but we are also going to hire additional professors of Palestinian studies, because apparently everyone thinks that this started on October 7th. So I think that's pretty important. Another thing is that we are finally going to have an Arab Cultural Center. Why didn't we have one before is the real question. We are also going to finally get a Middle Eastern Studies department. Again, why did we not have one before?
Yeah, Rutgers is a big
Another
ass school.
thing
They
is
should
that
have
we
all
are
this.
going to be granted, hopefully
Like
Rutgers
50,000
commits
kids
to
go to
this,
Rutgers.
amnesty,
At least.
and no suspensions for our encampment. And yeah, I hope I'm not missing anything, but it's
one of the
demands.
standard calls for at these campus.
It's like every college, they have like, there's bar food, you know, like that's the food you get when you're coming home from the bar at night. Like every college has their own version of it. Like, you know, we had pizza, you know, whatever, different schools have tacos or whatever. Rutgers has these fucking sandwiches with French fries on them. They're so good. Oh. They're like mutant sandwiches. It'll be like a chicken parm with like fucking bacon and fucking fries on it. It's so good.
Encampments has been to disclose and divest. Was that an issue for Rutgers students?
Yes, that was our main reason why we came.
On the lawns of Cambridge's King's College, this encampment is one of a dozen or so that have gone up across the UK, inspired by the much larger occupations in America. Among their aims, they want universities to stop doing business with Israel or any companies that support its ongoing war with Hamas.
Who's paying for all of the food and who paid for all of the tents?
Let's say we did a fundraiser beforehand, and we...
These fucking people keep implying that it's like, oh, who's funding these protests? And it's like, funding what? What are you talking about? It's like, they're not used to the concept of like self-funding or whatever. It's like if they're doing something like this, it's because they have fucking petty cash or whatever, you know? Like the fact that like these kids did it to themselves is just unheard of for them.
Continuing to have loads of donations.
Maurice and Esther are from a group called Cambridge Jews for Justice in Palestine. They're not using their real names because, they say, their decision to join the encampment has led to some hostility.
How does that make?
Yeah, Channel 4 was the one who did the good debunking and stuff too, right? And I don't like the tone of this at all.
You feel?
It's extremely upsetting. People who come from the outside and are hostile towards us, who claim that on some grounds. We're not really Jewish.
There are some Jewish
God,
students we've
yeah.
spoken to who say that they feel intimidated
Yeah.
by this. What do you say to that?
Well, you know, I think personally I feel really safe and comfortable as a Jew, as, you know, visibly a Jew. I'm wearing my kippah all day. We've got colourful tents, we've got colourful flags. It's all about, you know, peace and love. We're making nice music.
It's like these assholes have been trying their damnedest to like get somebody to fucking push them or whatever, and it hasn't happened, right? They've been trying desperately to like, you know, find some sort of violence that they can point to, and the fact that they couldn't even gin something up this far into it is pretty impressive. But they're getting fucking mad about it now, you know?
And the atmosphere has mainly been
So they just do this, oh, fucking, I feel unsafe. Oh.
peaceful. Some students told me they've borrowed tactics from other movements, including advice on using burner phones. A communal vegan lunch is served. But this Jewish student told me he feels the intimidation isn't physical, but psychological.
It's scary to see Intifada until victory. There is nothing about the hostages. It's only one-sided. It's something that I feel every single minute of the day, all the time.
The students say they'll stay camped out here until all of their demands are met. They've got all the supplies they need.
So, like, this double standard or whatever is not applied to anything else at all ever I can even think of. Like, you have odious fucking political views, so you feel uncomfortable about them when people highlight how odious they are. That's how it's supposed to go. That's why you should only have views that you can fucking feel comfortable with. I don't know why I need to explain that to a fucking, you know, grown up. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I guess part of it is like the culture is, you know, these fucking rich college kids are all fucking coddled, and they are, you know, largely in a position where they are never made to feel uncomfortable about anything. You know, they're constantly supported and told that their views are perfect and like, you know.
They've even got a toilet, although the sign says it's for emergencies only. Now, these camps have attracted a lot of attention. The Prime Minister has issued a statement saying that the right to free speech doesn't include the right to harass people. And Rishi Sunak has summoned vice-chancellors to Downing Street to discuss the safety of...
It's like that asshole was doing is like, yes, like, oh, we're not criminalizing speech. Oh, yeah, no, you're just like heavily enforcing the, you know, the prohibition against camping. Okay, got it. You know, that's like the same thing. And they pretend that there's some distinction. It's really not.
Jewish students.
How was the meeting? University leaders were told they have to show leadership over the protests.
Oh my
but some
God.
expressed concerns at the suggestion they should order the tents to be cleared off the lawns.
Frankly, the last thing we want to see is any kind of escalation that takes us into the really distressing scenes that we've seen on US campuses.
The chaos and confrontation on American campuses has seen more than 2,000 people arrested. Here in Britain, the atmosphere has been rather more sedate.
Nobody would be dead in Gaza if Hamas had not been repressed.
Did that make you cross, him going?
It made me very cross.
So you support what the students are doing?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Just wondering what people make of it all.
I think it's pathetic. I think they don't know what they're on about, apart from sitting in a tent and a little coloured flag.
The protesters told me they feel the attention on them has dragged them into a culture war and that the government needs to acknowledge that all sides are feeling fearful.
It's important to talk about discrimination on UK campuses in all of its forms. And so I think it's important that Rishi Sunak has called for a discussion on anti-Semitism on UK campuses. I also think it's important for a similar discussion to be called to talk about Islamophobia on UK campuses.
Cambridge University told us they won't tolerate anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, and that the encampment will remain because they're fully committed to freedom of speech within the law.
Yeah, did you see this? They were fucking up Jabalia refugee camp tonight.
Israeli forces have launched a new offensive in Jabalia in northern Gaza after leveling it during an earlier assault. Attacks on homes and shelters for displaced families have killed several people. The Israeli armies issued evacuation orders for Jabalia and Beit Lahia, saying the area is a dangerous combat zone and its operation is to prevent Hamas fighters from regrouping. But displaced people have nowhere to go. Ferdia Karl begins our coverage.
In Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza, Israeli drones opened fire on people's homes. Paramedics help survivors with whatever equipment they can find. The Israeli army had already leveled the area during its ground assault, which began in October. People here have little hope to cling to.
We were bombed. Rocks and shells fell on us. May God help us and have mercy. Let the world stand with us. The only thing I ask of them. Only God is standing with us. God is the only one with us. I've lost 3 children.
4 months after it declared the end of Hamas in northern Gaza, Israel says it's fighting again.
In northern Gaza, fighter jets have been striking terrorist targets. This morning, we began a temporary evacuation process of the Jabalia area from this area towards the center of the strip as part of our preparation for a military operation in the area. In recent weeks, we have identified attempts by Hamas to restore its military capabilities in Jabalia, and we are working to dismantle these attempts.
Okay. $20 says that's a lie, obviously. They are the elected government. They are the only fucking government, the only ones who are providing any kind of like municipal infrastructure. Regrouping their military capabilities, I'm sure means like fucking reopening the fucking like government offices or whatever. Such fucking crock of shit.
Attacks which the army says are targeting Palestinian fighters have already killed several children in Beit Lahia. Israeli forces have pushed the people of northern Gaza to the brink of starvation by blocking aid to the region. Now it's issuing more evacuation orders. But it's not clear where families are meant to go. And with Israel launching attacks on Rafah in the south and Deir al-Balah in the center of the strip, Palestinians are unlikely to have much faith in the so-called safe zones. Ferdia Karl, Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera's Mothal Khalou spoke to some of the survivors of those Israeli attacks in northern Gaza.
The Israeli forces targeted a residential house in Beit Lahia, and this is one of the Israeli targets. He's about 15 years old, maybe. What's really shocking is there's about 11 persons still under the rubble so far.
15-year-old kid, their algorithm spit out.
We're shocked. We do not know what to do. We're physically and mentally worn out. We're on the verge of going insane. We've been under this hell for 8 months. Enough is enough. Look at this, garbage and debris. We're dying just to get our hands on some water or something to feed our children. This is not life. We struggle to get firewood and feed our starving children. And above all, the Israelis have been hitting us with missiles and bombs for months. What adds insult to injury is the recent warning. For God's sake, where do we go? Even Rafah is coming under attack. This is not life. Enough is enough.
We woke up in the middle of the night to a loud explosion. The whole building was leveled. We've been pulling the dead from under the rubble since then. This is a totally residential 6th-floor building with no presence of any resistance fighters. Nothing but women and children. More than 40 women and children were killed. All innocent, defenseless civilians. We pulled all these dead children as they were holding each other's hands. More children are still buried under the debris. All I can say is that may God punish those committing these crimes against innocent children.
I'm going to bring in our correspondent Tariq Abu Zoom soon.
How horrific, man. Can you just imagine just fucking being crushed to death? Like, reaching out and, like, holding your friend's hands? It's just...
Ramallah in central Gaza. Ahmad Al-Khaloud there talking to us about the attacks that have been happening in Beit Lahia, but also attacks happening in Jabalia as well. What more do we know about the Jabalia attacks, Tariq?
Yes, what is happening right now, Rob, is that the military has set a certain and strong plan related to the closure of borders and exerting more pressure on the Palestinian armed groups in order to get more political gains from their operations on the ground regarding the negotiations. They have controlled the borders, preventing any aid to get into the territory, and at the same time starting to launch wide incursion for two parts of the Strip, in Rafah and also in the north in Jabalia refugee camp. In the past couple of hours, more intensification of military raids from Israeli fighter jets continue to strike the residential buildings and evacuation centers where that completely host thousands of Palestinians. We are talking about 700,000 Palestinians are still in the northern corner of the Strip and who are till now did not receive any kind of aid for the fifth day. Now, the Israeli military says that they are operating again in the north in order to chase the Palestinians armed groups who are right now working on reorganizing their troops on the ground there, according to the Israeli claims. But yet, casualties among civilians in that area are escalating, specifically that the vast majority of people there have nowhere else to go, despite the Israeli previous announcement that they managed to militarily control the northern portion of the city. Now, we're talking about 16 Palestinians are trapped in a house being targeted as they have been calling for a rescue from the emergency workers. But as we have been hearing from eyewitnesses in Jabalia refugee camp, they are talking about unprecedented scale of attacks being launched by the Israeli infantry units and by the fighter jets. Journalists, as well as they were reporting in Jabalia and Beit Lahia, they have come under the Israeli fire, and that's absolutely disturbing. They have been saying that the strikes and the attacks are unprecedented since the
Al Jazeera was banned.
Outbreak of the conflict since October the 7th. So clearly what is happening is more pressure being exerted on the Palestinians as attacks from the north to the south are still ongoing till now, Rob.
And Derek, meanwhile, of course, we've been talking about thousands of people making their way from Rafah to where you are in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. What's the latest situation where you are?
Yes, more evacuation waves are leaving from Rafah to Deir al-Balah to Al-Mawasi area. Families are desperately searching for a shelter for the family members. Some of them have been setting up their makeshift tents without any proper hygiene facilities, without even proper food and water sources. And those people have been mainly depending on receiving aid from the UN distribution centers in Rafah. But we have been mentioning earlier, pre the invasion of Rafah, that any potential military incursion will be a blow of all humanitarian relief operations on the ground, and that's practically what is happening now. There is a big expansion of the fighting. People are fleeing. They are no longer receiving aid from the UN, but medically right now the situation is getting much more dire light of the deep shortage of fuel. Now, Al-Aqsa Hospital yesterday has received only 8,000 litres. That could be only enough for 2 days of work. Then later the hospital will run out of service, and that certainly will put the lives of hundreds of Palestinian patients on the edge of risk. And this is one of the main repercussions of the invasion of Rafah, that there's going to be more growing medical pressure on this sole medical facility that is responsible for providing medical treatment for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, as Deir al-Balah is the most densely populated area in the Strip that is no longer even can be safe in light of the ongoing attacks on Deir al-Balah and the entire middle area.
Tariq Abu-Zumin, Deir al-Balah. Tariq, thank you very much indeed.
Make sure to
subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
I don't know how they sleep at night. Do not fucking get it. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Keen video. New Mexico in focus. Look at that. Look at this Vosh looking MF. UNM.
Hello. We hear a lot about a supposed Hitler-Stalin pact, and much noise is made trying to link, by extension, two wildly differing ideologies and nations together through some forced horseshoe theory nonsense. If you're unaware, the horseshoe theory claims that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite and opposing ends of a linear political continuum, are instead incredibly similar. This is the sort of brain-dead take you expect from so-called liberals who consider themselves enlightened when doing their both sides are bad shtick. Historically, the so-called liberal center has always immediately sided with the far right when it came down to it, while the far left was the only one to have any real form of successful and organic resistance, but that's not why I'm here today. Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Note, the USSR and the Stalin era specifically was an incredibly nuanced episode of history. There are no great men, history is made by people and material conditions. Actions aren't taken in a vacuum, but instead are affected by real deficits and changes as they occur. Very rarely does something in history happen because someone is crazy, whatever that means. Much more commonly, we're simply missing or refusing to investigate the context. You don't have to like the USSR to be fair to the conditions it found itself in, nor do you need to agree with the actions taken just because you can understand why a certain action was taken. Broaden your mind a little, don't insult your intelligence, and be better than those that lap up the laziest pop history propaganda. Let's get started. A frequent trope we hear is this: the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. This framing usually follows attempts of paralleling the USSR and Nazi Germany, and by extension socialism and fascism, in an ideological attempt at painting a certain strand of liberalism as apart and somehow more legitimate to the concepts of integrity, quote-unquote being on the right side of history, etc., than socialism. Note that this rarely is used against fascism and is intended solely to paint socialism in a bad light. I wonder why. Let's give some general background information. Soviet Russia and the subsequent USSR, having only fairly recently won a short but brutal civil war with Tsarist forces and invasions by many foreign powers, oriented foreign policy towards Germany in the mid-1920s. Two lesser-known treaties, the Treaty of Locarno and the Treaty of Special Relations with Berlin, helped shape that Soviet foreign policy. The Treaty of Locarno, between the main European belligerents of World War I, sought to establish a lasting peace, which Soviet Russia would generally benefit from, since the country was so utterly devastated by the Great War and the Civil War following the October Revolution. However, the USSR viewed the treaty with suspicion since it appeared that Germany was joining an anti-Soviet bloc. The other treaty, that of special relations with Berlin, was meant to assuage these fears by being a 5-year treaty with Weimar Germany, in which they would be neutral in the event that either country was attacked by a third party. Unfortunately, the optimism for long-term peace wouldn't last long. In the late 1920s, the Nazis began their rise to power, which infamously culminated in the appointment of Hitler as the Chancellor of Germany in 1933. The rise of the Nazis caused the USSR to refocus its foreign policy efforts to combat this threat. The policy, which came to be known as collective security, attempted to strengthen relationships with France and Britain in an attempt to isolate Germany. Meanwhile, the fear of Western leaders' imaginations and the interests they served led them to irrationally fear the spread of communism and were reluctant to enter into diplomatic relations with the USSR lest they catch the communist virus. Instead, the West decided that appeasing the Nazis would be a better strategy, and we all know how that turned out. As a result of this reluctance on the part of the West, the USSR was forced to fend for its security alone. Now let's get to the background of the pact. The Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, more commonly known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so named for the signatories of each government, the Foreign Minister of Nazi Germany at the time, Joachim von Ribbentrop, and Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov. The agreement was simple, if one ignores the secret provisions. It straightforwardly lays out a 10 to 15 year period of mutual neutrality in which neither country would commit aggression against the other, support or provide aid to a third party committing aggression against the other, among stipulations regarding peaceful solutions to disagreements between the respective countries. However, there are 4 so-called secret provisions, and the famous partitioning of Poland isn't among them. That is part of the mythos surrounding the agreement and serves the purpose of demonizing the USSR, as well as deflecting blame from the Allied Western powers' appeasement of Hitler and the Nazis. The article that is misconstrued as Stalin working with Hitler to split Poland in half territorially for the same expansionist ends actually states something quite different and reveals the true Nazi intentions, which we'll discuss in the next section. Suffice to say, it takes quite the quirky reading of the article to come to a conclusion as outlandish as Stalin conspiring with Hitler to split Poland. It takes an equal amount of audacity to repeat this nonsense as historical fact, but that's a conversation for another time. Alright, let's get into more detail. We'll start by recalling that the USSR actively pursued overt military alliances with Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops, artillery, and airborne forces to help stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally without Allied support. With the collective security policy not bearing fruit, the USSR decided the next best course of action was some kind of treaty with Germany that would delay the war machine the Soviets knew were coming for them. Soviets understood that the West's appeasement policy that had resulted in the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia was a failure and prelude to an expansionist war by Germany, and that Poland was in Germany's crosshairs next. The Soviets sought to buy as much time to prepare and therefore was left with the unenviable position of having to sign a non-aggression treaty with Germany in order to provide for the security of the USSR.
I never understood why.
All this is also forgetting that the USSR was the
Like, Germany and Austria being separate countries to begin with. What? How's that work? You're right next to each other, and you're all fucking, like, you know, doughy white people that speak German. What? Does that... You can't just be one country?
last country to sign a non-aggression
Yeah, I guess that's it, right? The Holy Roman Empire.
pact after Poland and France and Belgium, the Baltic countries, amongst others.
Austro-Hungarian
Empire. I
Empire.
wonder why. If you think this explanation sounds conspiratorial or is call me propaganda, then consider that this explanation was common as early as 1943 when in Time magazine, former US ambassador to the USSR Joseph Davies was interviewed about various topics regarding the USSR. In his response to the fifth question about the USSR's opaque foreign policy, he said, in part, and I quote, "When they, the Soviets, lost faith in both the will and the capacity of the Western democracies to join them realistically to stop Hitler, they still tried to maintain their security and their peace by entering into a non-aggression pact with Hitler in 1939. This was not a pact for mutual offensive against Germany's enemies. In that particular, it provided only that neither would attack the other. They gained precious time, which they feverishly employed to protect their security against the inevitable Nazi attack." This isn't the only mention of this explanation in the same issue of Time. Calling the USSR, and I quote, realistic, it backs up the claim with the following. She, the USSR, had been the greatest advocate of collective security. But when she saw that the democracies would not support that policy, she turned completely around and gained time to prepare herself by signing a pact with Hitler. The third mention is brought up in a larger context of other treaties and agreements the USSR had entered into prior, including their acceptance into the League of Nations. And I quote, "Under the aegis of then foreign commissar Litvinov, the USSR tried to establish collective security as a method of thwarting the rising tide of fascism. But the League of Nations collapsed and was followed by appeasement at Munich, the Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact in 1939, and the entrance of the Reds into the war when Hitler invaded them on June 22nd, 1941. By now it should be crystal clear that the narrative that resulted from Cold War distortion is in blatant expansion of the fact the USSR signed with Germany in the alliance, it was
Oh, I guess I gotta get up. Oh my god. What up? I need to work out like a Pee Wee Herman-esque dance. What's going on, y'all? Welcome in.
Too old for
glad you're
Twitch
here.
says welcome raiders. Echo Pleiadians. Refresh the window or whatever. Enjoy the upcoming
Echo
prank.
Pleiadians.
Do also follow if you don't, thanks.
Yeah, stick around. We got a new Wi-Files coming up next. I think next, right? And a bunch of good shit. You'll like it. Yeah, stick around. This is Hakeem's video about why the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is, why it's misrepresented frequently. Same shit. You always hear people talk about, like, it was a treaty to divide Poland and all that unhinged stuff. That was not actually true. He's just explaining, just kind of got to it so far, like the Soviet, he went through the Soviets trying to like make a deal with the Brits and the French, and that not working. They were afraid they were going to catch the communist virus. So he just got to the actual, link up with the Nazis. Prior to Romans, but after is all the feudalism stuff for hundreds of years until German Empire. Because HRE is empire and feudalism simultaneously. Huh. How come that doesn't work? What makes empire different from feudalism that... I never thought about that. Because empire is slavery, right? So feudalism was like serfdom? Empire is like conquest. And you use the new country that you steal to fund the next country that you take over. Something like along those lines, right? You like kick in the door, take all their shit, and start selling it off. Oh fuck, look at that. Look at these guys. Oh god. You were? What's new? Such a good song, I like to listen to it every time. It's so small.
The New York Times side.
What's up? The other streamer had diarrhea and sent us over here. Nice. Oh wow, that's great. Fucking classic. Clip that. Welcome in, guys. I just explained where we were in this video, but stick around. There's a new Y files next, and this is the new Akeem video about the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact. Molotov Ribbentrop Pact. And why everyone's always lying about it. Dude. Super. Okay. And then what? Feudalism is just not enough. Like the ruling class is too selfish. Yeah, Earth Rider. That's right. Yeah, I should just start it over, but we're already 8 minutes into it. Here, I'm gonna rewind it to after the commercial. How about that? Okay.
Now let's get to the background of the pact. The Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, more commonly known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so named for the signatories of each government, the Foreign Minister of Nazi Germany at the time, Joachim von Ribbentrop, and Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov. The agreement was simple, if one ignores the secret provisions. It straightforwardly lays out a 10 to 15-year period of mutual neutrality in which neither country would commit aggression against the other, support or provide aid to a third party committing aggression against the other, among stipulations regarding peaceful solutions to disagreements between the respective countries. However, there are 4 so-called secret provisions, and the famous partitioning of Poland isn't among them. That is part of the mythos surrounding the agreement and serves the purpose of demonizing the USSR, as well as deflecting blame from the Allied Western powers' appeasement of Hitler and the Nazis. The article that is misconstrued as Stalin working with Hitler to split Poland in half territorially for the same expansionist ends actually states something quite different and reveals the true Nazi intentions, which we'll discuss in the next section. Suffice to say, it takes quite the quirky reading of the article to come to a conclusion as outlandish as Stalin conspiring with Hitler to split Poland. It takes an equal amount of audacity to repeat this nonsense as historical fact, but that's a conversation for another time. Alright, let's get into more detail. We'll start by recalling that the USSR actively pursued overt military alliances with Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops, artillery, and airborne forces to help stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally without Allied support. With the collective security policy not bearing fruit, the USSR decided the next best course of action was some kind of treaty with Germany that would delay the war machine the Soviets knew were coming for them. Soviets understood that the West's appeasement policy that had resulted in the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia was a failure and prelude to an expansionist war by Germany, and that Poland was in Germany's crosshairs next. The Soviets sought to buy as much time to prepare and therefore was left with the unenviable position of having to sign a non-aggression treaty with Germany in order to provide for the security of the USSR and her citizens. All this is also forgetting that the USSR was the last country to sign a non-aggression pact, after Poland and France and Belgium, the Baltic countries, amongst others. That's always never mentioned, I wonder why. If you think this explanation sounds conspiratorial or is commie propaganda, then consider that this explanation was common as early as 1943 when in Time magazine, former US ambassador to the USSR Joseph Davies was interviewed about various topics regarding the USSR. In his response to the fifth question about the USSR's opaque foreign policy, he said, in part, and I quote, "When they, the Soviets, lost faith in both the will and the capacity of the Western democracies to join them realistically to stop Hitler, they still tried to maintain their security and their peace by entering into a non-aggression pact with Hitler in 1939. This was not a pact for mutual offensive against Germany's enemies. In that particular, it provided only that neither would attack the other. They gained precious time, which they feverishly employed to protect their security against the inevitable Nazi attack." This isn't the only mention of this explanation in the same issue of Time. Calling the USSR, and I quote, realistic, it backs up the claim with the following. She, the USSR, had been the greatest advocate of collective security, but when she saw that the democracies would not support that policy, she turned completely around and gained time to prepare herself by signing a pact with Hitler. The third mention is brought up in a larger context of other treaties and agreements the USSR had entered into prior, including their acceptance into the League of Nations, and I quote, "Under the aegis of then Foreign Commissar Litvinov, the USSR tried to establish collective security as a method of thwarting the rising tide of fascism. But the League of Nations collapsed, and was followed by appeasement at Munich, the Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact in 1939, and the entrance of the Reds into the war when Hitler invaded them on June 22nd, 1941. By now it should be crystal clear that the narrative that resulted from Cold War distortion is in blatant contravention of the facts. The fact the USSR signed with Germany wasn't a military alliance, it was a means of buying time to prepare for the easily anticipated invasion. Related to the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany and the USSR in one of the secret articles of the pact brought by the Germans, specifically secret article number 2. If you read through it, it's fairly clear as to what Germany's true intentions were. The most obvious happens to be in the first line of the article. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state. This is a rather long-winded and euphemistic way to describe an invasion. The phrasing really betrays what the Germans wanted to do and then presents them in the treaty as a pure hypothetical. Also, remember, this is a secret provision of the treaty, which only serves to further make clear that Germany was starting in Poland in what had till then been a series of easy, albeit diplomatically draining annexations via the appeasement by Western powers. After all, while the Germans made it obvious that they were bent on expansion, they still wanted to have the veneer of plausible deniability. They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the After all, the phrasing really betrays what the Germans wanted to do and then presents them in the treaty as a pure hypothetical. Also, remember, this is a secret provision of the treaty, which only serves to further make clear that Germany was starting in Poland in what had till then been a series of easy, albeit diplomatically draining annexations via the appeasement by Western powers. After all, while the Germans made it obvious that they were bent on expansion, they still wanted to have the veneer of plausible deniability. They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well.
It's crazy the lengths they went to like maintain like plausibility. Like they did like that false flag with the Polish, or was it France? Whoever it was. Like just to make it seem like, oh, they attacked us. It wasn't us, bro.
Since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the signees' respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves. Poland was unfortunately really affected by anti-Semitic conspiracies in the form of Judeo-Bolshevism. the extremely stupid idea that Jewish people were overrepresented in and thereby controlled the Soviet government. This anti-communist sentiment was a powerful guiding force in the Polish foreign policy. Obviously, shunning the possibility of an alliance with the USSR, Poland sought to force strategic military alliances with Britain and France to guard against a Nazi invasion and signed a mutual defense pact only months before the invasion would actually occur. In this context, Stalin had to make a difficult decision about how to best allow the USSR to survive the oncoming assault, which would be called Operation Barbarossa, which began in 1941. Additionally, the notion that Stalin was secretly planning a joint offensive with Hitler in order to partition Poland hasn't really been substantiated. If you look at the order of events, the reaction of the Soviet leadership, and the actions of the Red Army, which we're going to talk about in a second, you clearly see that this was not the typical actions of a conquering army. Stalin's focus on invasion threat from Germany and the time he was trying to buy to thwart one was only in regard to the USSR, not Poland. Of course, he only cares about his own nation. The USSR leadership was absolutely blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland. It occurred only 1 week after signing the pact and only 1 day after the Supreme Soviet approved it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating a joint offensive. Just to be clear, the USSR leadership understood Hitler was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to them being caught off guard, the Soviet invasion of Poland not only happened days after the Nazi invasion, but was hastily and poorly organized. The Red Army was still devastated from World War I and the Civil War. Much of the Soviet efforts at the time had been focused on improving the lives of people and rebuilding the country. In fact, Polish citizens were often very surprised that the Red Army was so deprived, as far as armies go at the very least. Citizens mentioned that they're malnourished or poorly clothed, that they were foul-smelling because of a tar that they used in their footwear, as well as mentioned how Red Army soldiers were fascinated by objects that Polish peasants found commonplace. Again, not surprising for a nation that had just started its first round of industrialization. A side note, practically all the areas the Soviets would go on to quote-unquote occupy prior to 1941 either were part of the post-Tsarist political structure or had their own episode of the Bolshevik Revolution, which happened to be defeated either by white armies, for example Finland in the Civil War, or German World War I policy, specifically Brest-Litovsk. Okay, so if the USSR didn't conspire with the Nazis to partition Poland amongst themselves, then why did the USSR invade Poland? There's plenty of sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the Red Army, as with any army, of course. But this overemphasis really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and Nazis, which is an ideological pool with the depth of a puddle. Let's take a look into the nuance. The USSR leadership's original justification given for the invasion of Poland was to regain lands lost in the Treaty of Riga, which concluded the 1919 and 1921 Polish-Bolshevik War. Ukraine and Belarus, then a part of the USSR, were invaded by Poland in their attempt to re-establish the borders of the Polish Empire of 1772. In the treaty, the Polish border was established by Britain and the US at 200 miles east of the Curzon Line. However, due to the march of time and the migrations of people that occurred during previous eras, the lands acquired by Poland were no longer ethnically Polish, but were mainly Ukrainian and Belarusian. Therefore, Poland was seen as an occupier colonial power even, and these
for dollars. Everyone knows the reason you subscribe to this channel is the knife dementors. I don't mean to fucking. That's all I gotta say. If you're not afraid of the knife dementors, you're not paying attention.
I'm about to act a fool. I'm drunk tonight. Just got paid. Pocket full of money. What? Okay. I'm a ball till I fall. What? Drink till I can't. Put it on my black card. I got money in the bank. Patrol on the table. Yeah. Drunk and loose. Oh, drink what you want. Y'all get loose. Act a fool till they cut the lights on. And we still ain't going home till all the liquor gone. I just don't give a fool. Standing on the table with the weed bottle. Drinking out the bottle. Motherfucker cook. I'll pour it in your mouth. Lean back. Open up. Fuck it, yeah. This is the chain. And I'm the king, fool. You know my name.
So this is Zombie Nation and Little John. It's like mathematically the most hype song you could possibly have. Objectively speaking, the hypest song there is. I don't make the rules.
I got my money looking right, but I ain't trying to fight. But if a sucker touch me, let's believe it's on. Get crack, crush it down with a bottle of Patron. Right here, right now, quick, fast, in a hurry. Hit the sucker so hot, I made this vision get blurry. I'm too clean for this, I'm too lean for this. Figure it would happen, so I'm on my team.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
I'm the realest player, rap star, setting the pace. I'm the realest player, rap boss. Step up in the club, I got love, cause I'm rich. Your girl between my legs, do me up like I'm licorice. 25
Who gets to this sub to PPG?
on my wrist, step up to this pep and get
Karl, you get to one to Nikki. Okay, I see.
in my Chevy, brains blow out, peanut butter, riding high, staying high. I'm talking like a star. Loose, got me loose, don't no control. Money in my pocket, all up in this own line. Ooh, I'm acting down for ya. Ooh, I'm about to act a fool, yeah. Loose, got me loose, don't no control. Money in my pocket, all up in this own line. Ooh, I'm acting down for ya.
Yo.
I'm about to act a fool, yeah. Drunk ass, mother, hey, throw your hood up. Get drunk ass, mother, hey, throw your hood up. Get drunk ass, mother, hey, hold your tanks up. Get drunk ass, mother, hey, hold your tanks up. Lay back, ass, mother, hey, turn your bottle up. Lay
That's
back,
so
ass,
gangster.
mother, hey,
Oh,
turn
man.
your bottle up. Throw them stacks up. Hey, right, what? Throw them stacks up. Hey, right,
Same video over and over again.
loose, got me loose, don't no control. Money in my pocket, all up in this own line. Ooh, I'm acting down fool, yeah. Ooh, I'm about to act a fool, yeah. Loose, got me loose, don't no control. Money in my pocket, all up in this own line. Ooh, I'm acting down fool, yeah. Ooh, I'm about to act a fool, yeah.
All right. Oh man, so good. Fucking love that song. Yeah, these don't work without the music.
Too old for Twix says Sim. You were exposed.
Yeah,
It was
because I heard you were exposed.
from
Yeah.
a stall in a truck's top bathroom and you're only 3 dull days high. You did it.
I am crack, I ain't lying, kick a lion in this crack. I'm the shit. I will fall off in your crib, take a shit, hit your mama on your booty, kick your dog, fuck your bitch. That boy dressed up like you sat on and took pictures with your kids. We the
Yeah, TikTok didn't even realize this was a hummus tunnel.
I will walk into a court while it wrecks, screaming, yes, I am guilty, motherfuckers, I am death. Hey, you wanna hear a good joke? Nobody speak, nobody get joked.
Love a Grusch shot. Yeah, R.I.P. Steve Albini. Oh, this is a good one.
Just do what you got to do. If that don't work, then kick the facts. If you a fighter, rider, bada, flame igniter, crowd exciter, or you wanna just get high and just say it. But then if you a lie, piss on fire, wolf cry, agent with a Y, I'm gonna know it when I play it. It's bigger than hip hop.
Dude, this is fucking like. This is so cool. I don't know, man. Just like, I'm just imagining like if I came across a Twitch streamer who had like these aesthetics, I'd just be like, oh wow, wow, I like what you're doing here. Right, so you're into communism and crank shit? Really? Intriguing. You do content that is both fucking like imaginative and fucking politically astute? Oh no. I was drunk when I made this one. Sounds too fast. Yo, that possum was so funny. Did you catch the giant of Kandahar?
Too old for Twitch, says Simple. So excited to be back because it usually takes longer to jerk a bathroom token out of the old trucker dicks that hang out. No ins and outs, and if he props the door open they steal.
anything fucked with anyone else, anywhere else. This one's got fucking none. See, look down here. You see, these are all 200 and something down here, or like close to it, right? That was the standard. Look at it. It's like most of them. What the fuck? Why is that muted? I agree with Lindsey Graham. They should ban TikTok. Fucking assholes.
I don't, clearly. Anyways, the Red Army wasn't only handing leaflets out, they were also given substantial spending money. This was further facilitated by the ruble being declared legal tender in the occupied area on parity with the Polish currency. Exact figures are hard to pin down, but locals were shocked by the sheer amount of goods the Red Army soldiers were buying, and maybe even more surprising, doing so without haggling prices.
Exactly.
As the Red Army advanced through Poland, a significant power vacuum pushed swiftly ahead of it. This created an immediate demand for auxiliary measures to maintain some kind of order. This led to the formation of something called the Citizens Guard, a voluntary assembly of mostly quote-unquote patriotic, rightist citizens in various municipalities. Mostly local people, minor officials, that kind of stuff. And their primary function was to aid the dwindling local governments, who had by then mostly disbanded, in order to ensure the safety of the remaining population, just to maintain order, basically. Unsurprisingly, the Citizens Guard was legitimized by its connection with the prior right-wing regime, which influenced its ethnic and class structure, unsurprisingly. Despite the widespread anti-communist sentiment of Poland, many towns and villages turned out in large numbers to greet and welcome the Red Army. Not all were spontaneous, nor did all have local organizational impetus. Prior to the invasion, the USSR sent people ahead of the Red Army to organize receptions for incoming troops. The local residents, especially those belonging to Polish and Belarusian ethnic minority groups, seemed to be prepared for the Soviet invasion, and although some were enthusiastic about their arrival, others needed to be persuaded or coerced even into organizing welcoming gestures. A crucial factor contributing to the positive atmosphere surrounding the Soviet troops' entry was their general perception that their presence prevented the arrival of Nazi forces, or in some places even expelling them by force. These were compelling reasons to greet the Red Army as some sort of liberator, unsurprisingly. You have to remember that along with the massive anti-Semitism within Poland, there was also at a time a fairly large radical left movement that was all but crushed and dispersed by the far right-wing government. Anyways, the celebrations, whether organic or not, were very amicable, predominantly comprising young individuals from ethnic minorities such as Belarusians, Jews, and some Ukrainians. They included the construction of triumphal arches, the raising of red banners, showering troops with flowers, hugging and kissing them, the usual stuff. Soviet invasion plans emphasized the importance of a proper and cordial reception because they saw it as a precursor for a plebiscite that would bring forth the political will of the local populace. With all the celebration, much of the older generation was still terrified, though. Some even went into hiding from the Red Army or worse. However, since the Red Army's approach, characterized by restraint and selective action rather than indiscriminate violence, they managed to garner a measure of relief among the general population, specifically against the groups that were usually targeted, which include officers, policemen, landowners, etc. What's more is that Red Army soldiers, despite commands to the contrary, usually did engage with locals and establish some sort of cordial relationships. After the Red Army established control over the areas they occupied, they embarked on local governance, of course to maintain order, but also to help channel it towards the provisioning of the Red Army, arresting reactionary societal figures, preparing the elections that were upcoming. For the next 20 months, the region that the Soviets occupied experienced a heavy dose of electoral politics. There were 3 different elections, 2 of which were within the first 6 months of the occupation. The United States didn't bother to do that with half the places they occupy, and their explicit goal is apparently democracy. Anyways, I have relevant reading recommendations that you can check out here if you're interested in how the USSR worked and all that. Anyone who has a proper understanding of how the Soviet system worked isn't surprised by how the Soviets operated during the occupation as it relates to civil engagement and participation. Now, it should be clear as to why Western sources demonized the USSR and tried to put the Red Army and its conduct on par with the Nazis. The USSR stayed mostly true to their principles during the occupation of Poland. It should also be clear just how nonsensical the claim about the Soviets and Nazis conspiring to partition Poland is. Rather, the Soviet occupation of Poland could be seen as the Soviets' attempts to save as much of the Polish population from the violence of the Wehrmacht. Unsurprisingly, there are several reasons, and not all of which were altruistic. Despite that, the Red Army and the Soviets were generally preferred to that of the Wehrmacht and the Nazis, except for a select segment of anti-Semitic Polish people and Ukrainians of Poland who preferred the Nazis because Judeo-Bolsheviks and all that. Regardless, they were greeted warmly by the population, and even though not all were locally organized by enthusiastic supporters, the conduct of the local populace seems to indicate that most people saw them at a minimum as the lesser of 2 evils. Doesn't make everything they did right, but historical nuance is a interesting and fun thing to discuss. I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. And a final addendum, this one will just be a bit rambly. For the love of God, please don't misunderstand me. The Soviets made many mistakes in this. It would have been better that there be no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland. But if you were in the particular place and the particular industrialization level, facing the same kind of danger, I don't know if you would have made better decisions particularly, especially when there was goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would have prevented all this nonsense to begin with, or at least greatly affected it.
I blame the British and the French.
That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon.
It was obviously their fault. Yeah, well, that's how Drake lost that battle. You know, he had been peed on. Everybody knew he was peed on. You can't come back from that. Yeah. He eats the baby with his giant spoon. It's just so sad. I always think about it. I get frustrated. Like, you thinking this, no one has been more scandalously smeared throughout history than the fucking Soviets. It was really, in a lot of ways, it was the crowning achievement of humanity, you know. Not, you know, some ways. And it's just, to this day, it's just so many fucking lies over again. It's just, they cannot be honest about any of it. They have to lie constantly about any left-wing project because, you know, their shit is is not good, you know? Like, oh, you mean you can do government, like, and help people and not just the fucking boss? Really? Oh no.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
What's up, vegan piglet? Yeah, if I was a piglet, I'd be a vegan too. Oh, you're just making me think about eating veal. I love veal. I had it a couple times, but all right, let's watch Y-Files. I'm getting sleepy. That Universe Inside You video too. Fuck, I want to watch that one about the ancient Japanese megaliths.
The sun finally sets. You step out of the abandoned warehouse, keeping to the shadows. You can't be seen. You're what's called an imperfect.
Shit.
Your parents conceived you the old-fashioned way, without genetic enhancements and without legal permission. They meant well, but your fate was sealed before you were born. You were 9 years old when the tracers found them.
Tracers.
The last time
Your
you saw
mother
your
was a
parents,
tracer.
Dad was shoving you down a hatch, whispering for you to run. Before you had time to respond, he closed the hatch and covered it with the carpet. When you heard your mother's muffled screams, you took off down the tunnel. That was 17 years ago. You still cling to the hope that they're alive in a prison somewhere, but deep down, you know the truth. Your growling stomach snaps you out of the daydream. Imperfect or not, you still have to eat. And the factory district has plenty of off-the-books work. Sure, they pay you barely enough to survive, but they don't want to visit from the tracers any more than you do. It takes a long time to get to work. You have to stay far away from the patrols. Tracers can smell sweat and even hear a heartbeat half a mile away. Your heart murmur is a dead giveaway of imperfection. You hold back a sniffle as a tear rolls down your cheek and wonder how the world came to this. Then you remember something your mother said a long time ago. CRISPR. CRISPR changed everything. Mark and Grace desperately wanted to have a child. In 2017, they attended a lecture in Shenzhen, China about genetic editing. The guest speaker was Professor Han Zhanghui, a Chinese genetic researcher. After the talk, the couple explained their situation to Dr. Han Zhanghui. Mark was HIV positive, Grace was not. Any child they had...
I think communism is good and fascism is bad. And whenever necessary, communists should fucking prevent fascists from being in charge.
...would carry the disease. Han Zhanghui told the couple he could help them with a revolutionary new therapy he was developing. Through a gene editing technology called CRISPR, he can make their children immune to HIV.
Soviet occupation.
The therapy would also make any descendants of these children HIV resistant forever.
Cheap Chinese air fryer
performed the
imports.
procedure, and it was a success. Mark and Grace had 2 healthy twin baby girls. But Dr. Han Zhanghui wasn't being completely honest with them. CRISPR was a revolutionary new technology, that was true. But it was so new, no one in the world would have let him use it on children. On November 25th, 2018, news of the successful treatment was revealed to the international scientific community. But Han Zhanghui and his breakthrough success was not a cause for celebration. Scientists around the world were horrified. They called him China's Dr. Frankenstein. He lost his job, was fined about $500,000, and was sentenced to 3 years in prison by the Chinese government. He also made history. Human genes could now be altered. Unwanted genes could be removed, and more desirable genes can be inserted. The genetic genie was out of the bottle. There was no going back. CRISPR gene editing worked, and people started to wonder.
Is it off? It's not. I think it's not synced up, huh?
He also made history.
Yeah. Fuck that. No, you don't have a fucking. You don't have a right to be fascist. You don't get to like.
Success was not a cause for celebration.
You know, it's like they're consider them peacekeepers. You know, temporarily stationed there to prevent the fascists from retaking power.
Scientists around the world were horrified. They called him China's Dr. Frankenstein. He lost his job, was fined about $500,000, and was sentenced to 3 years in prison by the Chinese government. He also made history. Human genes could now be altered. Unwanted genes could be removed, and more desirable genes can be inserted.
Like a Baltic.
The genetic genie was out of the bottle. There was no going back. CRISPR gene editing worked, and people started to wonder, what else can it do? For decades, scientists debated the cause of global warming. Trillions of dollars were invested in clean energy, yet the warming continued.
Yeah, EJ's a big climate
Birth rates
skeptic
were already
now, huh?
crashing when the planet was hit with pandemic after pandemic. Then a breakthrough was made. A team of researchers discovered how to use artificial intelligence to optimize the human genome. By feeding vast amounts of genetic data into advanced machine learning algorithms, AI could identify genetic combinations for optimal health. At first, the technology was used sparingly. reserved only for the most severe cases of genetic illness. Children with conditions like Huntington's, cystic fibrosis.
What? Oh, now you're talking about Czechoslovakia? I what do you mean? What? I thought you like. I see what you're doing when you're like, oh, that's crazy, even for a communist. Like, what are you implying that? Like, again, like the fact that you assholes even attempt to like put out something like this when it's like, historically speaking, look throughout time, we're always fucking right. We continue to always be right about everything. Every single take we had was right. Like, that's just fucking factual. So, every single fucking thing, I don't even know what your fucking take is. You're probably like some sort of weird lib. You guys are always wrong. Every single time. Like, the fucking quibbling with like, oh, they were a little too hard on that fascist coup. Oh, yeah, that fucking like CIA sponsored fucking like color revolutions, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, they really suppressed that fucking attempt to overthrow them. They were just so fucking wrong. Like, can you imagine, dude? Like the fucking shit that this country would do in a similar situation. And then these assholes want to fucking try to pretend they have some fucking like some like superiority. Like dude, look at what your fucking empire is doing as we speak. Right? You mean to tell me that like they are going to like put down the uprising in a nicer fashion? It's like unbelievable. And it's like they put their money where their mouth is for fucking decades. Like and China continues it now. Like the whole fucking the whole liberal worldview is like based on this idea that like, oh yeah, shit's getting better slowly but surely, right? And the sad part is, if you take China's numbers out of the equation, people are actually moving backwards in the capitalist world, right? So aside from China's development, the West has been fucking just really dropping the ball, fucking up the whole world, screwing over all their fucking colonial territories, just over and over and over again. It's not something like you guys are just shameless, so you fucking continue to brag about it like you're doing a good job at something. It's just everybody can see it. It's just been a never-ending fucking horror story. It's the fucking end of the Cold War. It's like, God, you're exposed. You've been exposed. Capitalism
And sickle cell disease could now live normal lives, and the disease wouldn't be passed on to their children. Soon, wealthy parents were using CRISPR to give their children an edge. AI could provide the exact DNA sequence to optimize any genetic trait.
Right? No.
Their children were taller, more intelligent, more athletic,
Who
and more
fucking
resistant to
cares?
illness.
Like, what do you, dude? What do you? Again, this is a made-up thing that nobody cares about except you when you're trying to find some fucking fault with fucking socialist projects. We just watched this entire video about this subject. Like, this insane fucking hyper obsessive focus on shit that happened in 1968 as a way to sort of like, oh, discredit this entire fucking thing because, oh yeah, you disagree with their fucking actions on this intervention here. It's like insane. You listen to yourself? Like, when you say stuff like we read it. It's not just in your head. Like, human suffering. Like, yeah, again, the Afghan war was yes. It again, objectively speaking, yes. Like, it's like also too, much like today with the whole thing, like, Xinjiang, right? these uprisings are not organic, right? Like they fund fucking partisan groups there and train them and egg them on for years. And then when they do, and the fucking, their adversary puts down their fucking color revolution, they want to fucking tisk and be like, oh God, can you believe how brutal they are? Like fucking Kazakhstan a few years ago. Remember that? In Hong Kong. Like it's just, we see it. We see through it. It stops. It doesn't work anymore. We need to fucking grow up. Like I just don't. It's just sad. You gotta fucking like continue to like lie to yourselves. It's like, do you see that thing too? They're doing 100% tariffs now on Chinese EVs, right? Like they are objectively incapable of doing making any improvement in the world, right? They just can't do it. There's just the way the system, the gears are set up. There's just too many failure points, so that it just gets worse and worse and worse, right? They can never fucking put down the dollar. They can just, our ruling class is like despicable beyond words. There's no mechanism to restrain them. These billionaires are fucking unaccountable, and they have these fascist police forces all over the country. Like, we're in a rough spot because you fucking live. Just go along with this shit for years, and you're so fucking naive. These gullible arguments about, oh, fucking roll Czechoslovakia. Grow up, dude.
But in just a few years, the technology improved, becoming less expensive and more widely available, so more parents used it. The results were astounding. The United Nations saw CRISPR as a way to solve many of the world's problems. If they could use AI to create a healthier, smarter, and more resilient population, maybe they could prevent the disaster.
The scale of the so-called atrocities is what I'm pointing out here, right? I'm okay with the scale of the Soviets, right? I'm not okay with the scale of the fucking West, especially nowadays. If you want to fucking be like, cut the bullshit, like, ideologically speaking, I do support what the Soviets were doing, right? I think like flaws in the execution, I think, are much more justifiable when your project is, attempting to liberate people who've been fucking serfs for decades, their whole lives, versus like, when you conquer some fucking country to, that sell them shit, right? Effectively. Yeah, there's no compare. Like, first of all, right? Second of all, okay, take that out of the equation. I think, yeah, yes, I'm okay. The level of repression that happened under the Soviets, I think, for the most part, was like, manageable. Like, it's like could have been better, obviously, but like, I don't think any of the arguments that fucking like disingenuous like shit lib arguments about them are not, none of them are good. It's the same thing with like UFO debunkers. None of your takes are good, What are you talking about? 30 million people? What, this fucking black book of communism numbers? Like, are you insane? Like, 30 million people. They killed 30 million people.
Disasters that threatened humanity in the past.
They killed so many Nazis.
The voting has been completed.
No, they don't. You're just fucking running the script.
Lock the machine.
Dumbass.
On December 1st, the world celebrated.
The result of the vote is as follows.
The United Nations had passed the Genetic Optimization Act. Under the act, all parents were required to have their children's genes optimized by AI before birth.
never at any point
At
has
first, there
been,
was resistance. Many saw the act as a violation of individual freedom.
more
Religious
people in
groups
prison
argued
than
this was
fucking
playing
communists
God.
than under America. We've always had more prisoners.
But as the
entire
benefits
time.
of the technology became
Again,
clear,
these are
the
purely
opposition
rhetorical
faded.
talking points. These aren't real arguments that real people care about that make a material difference in anybody's lives. This is like things that are specifically designed to make you think like that, and you fall for it over and over again. Oh, hold them more.
Parents who had once been skeptical now willingly had their children optimized to give them the best possible start in life. Over the next few years, genetic diseases were eradicated. Athletes shattered records that had stood for decades. The average human IQ skyrocketed. Scientific breakthroughs were happening on a daily basis. The human species, it seemed, was finally reaching its full potential. But it wasn't just human.
Yeah, breakthroughs happened every day, and then the fucking ruling class suppressed the patents. Wouldn't let them fucking help anybody.
Humanity evolving. AI also evolved, and at a much faster rate. The algorithms became more advanced and started to favor genetic traits not just in health and intelligence, but also behavior. Obedience, conformity, and loyalty to the state. Children born under the act were healthy and smart, yes, but they were also docile and easily controlled. Nations no longer went to war. They didn't see a point in it. AI helped create an abundance of food and energy, more than enough resources for everyone on Earth to live a comfortable life.
Yeah, okay, AJ.
But before long, AI, now called the Guardian, was put in charge of.
Like, that's effectively where we could be now. It's just that these fucking assholes have to steal it all. You know?
Of law enforcement and judgment. Who could be more impartial than a computer? People didn't see much danger in giving the Guardian AI this power. After all, crime was almost eliminated. Almost. There was still a lingering problem: the imperfects. Children born outside the system without genetic optimization. They were seen as a threat, a reminder of the chaos of the past. Laws were passed restricting their rights and movements, forcing them to the margins of society. Finally, it was determined that all non-optimized individuals had to be eliminated. The imperfects could not be allowed to pollute the new, optimized gene pool. It was a matter of survival. The fate of the entire human race depended on killing every last imperfect on Earth.
What?
But imperfects were hard to find. They knew how to hide, disrupt the system, and worst of all, they continued to breed.
Small fucking white people? Okay, AJ, put your cards on the table.
So the Guardian developed a new algorithm to create children with a completely different combination of genetic traits. Obedience and loyalty were still part of the mix, but emotions were suppressed. These children learned to commit violence without empathy. They were given the traits, training, and tools to be ideal hunters. Thousands of these children quickly grew to be men who were assigned to a unit that handled tactical retrieval and criminal resistance. But people just called them tracers.
Again, why are they all white, AJ? Seriously?
DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is a long string of molecules.
Dude, look, now he's
called...
doing this thing. He's like, oh, hold on, it's this meme right here. Hold on, I got it. I just had to see it the other day. Oh, you dumb fuck, dude. I should just ban him because he's fucking polluting, just derailing the stream. This is fucking bullshit. What? Fucking loser. Yeah, thanks for the advice, dude.
Called nucleotides containing one
Oh
of
my
four
God.
nitrogenous
Oh,
base
dude,
pairs.
you're a fucking dumbass, man. It's like there's like a record of this stuff being fucking like formulated after funding and think tanks and stuff. You know that, right? Like you can see where it was paid to make up the story of the Voldemort. Like
DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is a long string of molecules called nucleotides.
just like it's been fucking declassified about like CIA documents saying like, oh, you know, it's quite democratic over there and people really like Stalin, but you know, we're gonna have to lie about it, of course. You know, that's because that's what we do. Like we lie about stuff. So sucks. This Stalin guy's pretty great. Too bad we're gonna have to smear him.
Containing one of four nitrogenous base pairs: adenine with thiamine, cytosine with guanine, or ATCG. You know this. CRISPR stands for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Short Palindromic Repeats. That's a mouthful, but it's not hard to understand. It refers to those ATCGs. In the late 1980s, scientists were studying bacteria DNA and noticed odd repeating sequences. Not only did these sequences repeat, but they were palindromes. You know, something that reads forward the same as backwards, like never odd or even, or Madam in Eden, I'm Adam.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Yo, banana boy!
Yeah, that one's good too.
Egad, no bondage?
Okay, that's enough. So let's say one section of the DNA strand was GAATTC. The opposite side was CTTAAG, palindrome. That's an oversimplification, but it's the gist. They found these repeats over and over in the bacterium's DNA. In between these repeating sections were sections of random DNA, not palindromes, nothing special, random. But a few years later, scientists realized those random sequences in between the palindromes weren't random at all. Those sequences were the genetic codes of viruses that infected the bacterium at one point. CRISPR works like this. A virus attacks a bacterium by injecting its DNA. Usually bacteria can't survive this, but the ones that do take a snapshot of the virus DNA. That snapshot is then encoded into the bacterium's own DNA, like a memory. So if that virus attacks again, the bacterium checks the virus DNA against its own little DNA database. If it finds a match, it uses a protein called a Cas to cut the virus DNA at a specific location called the cleavage site.
Oh, I like the site of cleavage.
Stop it. When the virus DNA is cut, it dies.
Cleavage site.
Then in 2020, scientists Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer
Okay, dude,
Doudna
look.
discovered CRISPR-Cas9.
Like literally everything you're saying is fucking not true. Like everything that's said since you come in here has been some distortion of reality. I suggest you fucking read something that's not just like an anti-communist hit piece. Okay, like read some objective. Here, read the fucking Parenti book. It's in the Discord. Just need to get your shit together, man. You sound like a fucking maniac. Like this, just like State Department propaganda. Do you understand that like you can look historically at like the things that they've said, how that turned out, right? We have the benefit of hindsight. So you can see these patterns repeating, right? You could see over and over and over again, just this exact like lies, fucking distortions, fucking like lack of context, and so they can fucking commit some fucking atrocity in the background. It's been going on since day one. This entire fucking modern times in the United States. What do you mean show you proof? You can't prove a negative, dumb fuck. What are you talking about? It's like you would have to demonstrate there was some sort of like genocide first, moron. Like, which again has never even they've never even fucking attempted to demonstrate anything like that because they can't. Right? It's like the facts aren't in their favor. You'll say these things are just vibes with them. Like that's what I'm saying. Every single thing you've been introducing into this chat has been some version of a fucking propaganda talking point, like dishonestly developed simply to smear the Soviets, right? Again, there's documents where you can see the CIA admitting as such about, different context. And then this one, you can like see the funding that went into like developing the ideas for the Holodomor. Like, it's like not a thing. Like, again, if you want to compare like fucking, famines or whatever, it doesn't look good for your side, right? Like, have you ever read anything that's not like funded by the State Department or, like anti-Soviet department? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Again, I think it's just funny that like, you still gonna go along with it to the bitter end. It's like you just see this like every day. It's like more failures and like proof and demonstration of like why the system is inherently failing, and you just keep going with it. You just keep going with it. Keep going with it. Yeah.
Good people of Arrakis, it's me, Shia-Lud,
Listen to Shia-Lud.
your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides. Little Paul Atreides, I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi. People are calling him Lisan Al-Gaib. Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib. He said, Muad'Dib, I'm a little desert mouse. Just a humble little desert mouse, and he is very tiny, I saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit. Nasty women. Those Bene Gesserit trying to control the outcome of events. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe. Now, the Harkonnens, we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're going to get a better deal. We're going to make Arrakis great again. It's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shia-Lud.
This is the last time I'm entertaining your bullshit, dude. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, you're fucking insane. What historians? Who are you talking about? Again, you have this concept that you think the things are like fucking documenting. I see this with you shitters all the time. You think that there's this fucking like firm basis for your beliefs, and across the board, there's none of it's there, right? It's liberal groupthink with the fucking corporate media. Like, again, it's just objectively true, right? Everything you think is all fucking, it's like a lie with a footnote, and then like that footnote is sourcing a different footnote, and then it's like a fucking, they're all just, all repeating each other's bullshit. You see it now all the time with the academies in modern times. It's a lot more obvious now. It's like that one State Department, one fucking think tank, like weapons think tank funded, fucking, what's it called? Fellow will, get a blurb some other fellow, and then they'll like, use their fucking like relationship with each other's networks of like, different thinkers and bullshit artists. Again, telling you, your whole thing is fucking lie. Everything about liberalism is a lie. Like, it's just, they have people make billions of dollars a year to like come up with new and interesting lies, right? It's like, man, sad. And it's all just like propped up to legitimize like the fucking weapons industry. The whole thing is like fucking weapons, like fucking oil and weapons. That's it. It's in banking and interest rate and rentier bullshit. Like, it just doesn't have to be this way. I don't understand why you are just fucking so satisfied with such a fucking inadequate system. Like, even best case scenario, it's not effective.
There's so much to learn from declassified CIA documents. It reveals their true
This is what I'm saying. Like, people like us, we know the declassified CIA documents, right? That's why we're smarter than you. That's why you repeat bullshit you read in fucking USA Today or whatever. Just, again, it's like,
fears and concerns, and sometimes you get to see where they actually praised foreign governments and societies that you would never expect. In this case, Stalin's collective government. I'm going to read to you this fascinating CIA document that came out shortly after Stalin's death in the 1950s. This document is called Comments on the Change in Soviet Leadership. It says, even in Stalin's time, there was collective leadership. The Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup is exaggerated. Misunderstandings on that subject are caused by lack of comprehension of the real nature and organization of the communist power structure. Acknowledging general ignorance, Stalin, although holding wide powers, was merely the captain of a team, and it seems obvious that Khrushchev will be the new captain. However, it does not appear that any of the present leaders will rise to the stature of Lenin and Stalin, so that it will be safer to assume that developments in Moscow will be along the lines of what is called collective leadership, unless Western policies force the Soviets to streamline their power.
No. You think that? That's not true. The sources came from the Soviet archives after the dissolution. You don't know that. Like, that's what you think, right? I would ask you to fucking check that, because none of these, like, the whole fucking canon of, like, Western Soviet, anti-Soviet propaganda was locked in place well before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and it hasn't changed since then. So, again, the lies that are, like, propped up for you guys are so, like, they're inconsistent on their face, right? And you still fucking just keep harping away. Like, oh yeah, it's like they came in, and then you know what they discovered? They discovered that the whole war was even worse. Whoa. It's like, it's like that what you're proposing? Is that what happened? Yeah, exactly. When people actually check the sources, that's what they found. They found that fucking Khrushchev lying motherfucker. So, yeah, again, like,
organization. There's some insinuation there. The present situation is the most favorable from the point of view of upsetting the communist dictatorship since the death of Stalin. They go on to say there will be no dramatic purge. But then there's this interesting part. It is hard to draw any parallel between present events and those of the 1920s when Stalin was ascending to power. There is now no organized opposition inside the party or in the Soviet Union in general. As the communist rulers and evidently also the Soviet people see it, there is a grave outside menace. I wonder why they see it that way, given you already insinuated that Western policies might force them to change their power structure. Anyways, isn't this useful and interesting to reimagine the past? Things are rarely as they
like,
seem.
normal countries don't usually spend all this money to, like, try to, like, overthrow their rivals. It's generally not something I would think, that should be avoided. What? No. What do they say? Okay. Again, you think that says what you wanted to say or whatever, right? Like you think it says it's like, oh fucking, oh Stalin, he was like, oh give me all that grain, I'm gonna fucking set it on fire, you can't have it or whatever. I don't understand what you guys even think. It's like bizarre that you've like managed to somehow convince yourselves of this. Like it's just none of your fucking shit. It doesn't even, if you actually get down to the nitty gritty and fucking look at it, like it is impossible. Like the contradiction is too strong. Like it cannot be fucking like smoothed over. It's like, yeah, dude, again, you still don't understand how this works. You have a fucking group of fucking Ukrainian nationalist fascists, and you pay them to fucking come up with an idea, and then they tell each other that, and then that's the fucking story that they go with for fucking 50 years, right? It's like, I mean, Jesus. Oops.
Cas9 is a protein that makes it much easier to target and edit individual genes selectively. This discovery won them the 2020 Nobel Prize.
And then that's the thing with those footnotes too. Like I was saying to you earlier, that's what the history is, right? Like that's what the footnotes actually demonstrate. It's like one guy making a lie or some like fucking what's it called? Solzhenitsyn type dissident, gets a bunch of money to tell bullshit like what's her name? Like Yomi Park, right? That's what it's always been. It's always been that. It's like never been real. It's never had any legitimacy behind the anti-Soviet fucking ideology. Like the whole fucking, again, fascism, like, like the whole fucking World Anti-Communist League, this whole fucking thing is all along, it's all been fucking like rich people fucking astroturfing this shit. And it's just like the people in today, like it's like you believe the stuff from the past because it's been grandfathered in, because it's been told so many times over and over and over again. And you wouldn't even know where to begin. Like it's just... I think if you're like in the right and telling the truth and you're good, you don't need to like spend billions of dollars lying about other countries and trying to overthrow them and coming up with good ways to explain your shit to your own people. It's like
in chemistry, and the applications are endless. CRISPR-Cas9 could mean the end of genetic diseases. Victoria Gray suffered from sickle cell disease. This is a genetic disease that deforms red blood cells. Instead of being round, some are shaped like a crescent moon or a sickle. These deformed cells cause all kinds of problems. Victoria was constantly tired and in pain. She couldn't walk. Sometimes she couldn't feed herself because she couldn't lift a spoon. In 2019, she was the first person in the US to receive CRISPR-based treatment.
Everything you guys say, it's like obvious that you've not actually explored the topic beyond the fucking Wikipedia article of like anti-communist takes, right? It's a lot more about like preventing the type of fucking like again, you have this perception in your head that you think is backed by, supported by facts, and it's just not, like the fucking anti-fascist protection wall was largely to avoid fucking Western meddling, right? Like, again, why don't you look at the fucking opinion polling of the people who are from, the former Eastern Bloc, right? It's not, it doesn't, I know this because I've read in the Parenti book. Like, I know about, like, this time period. Like, I know the transition to fucking post-Soviet life. They all fucking regret it. Like, it's just... You hear the part where it's like, oh yeah, capitalism won. You don't hear the part where all the people are like, oh fuck, communism was so much better. Ooh. Maybe I just did. Fucking read the Parenti book and then get back to me. It's really short. You can read it in a couple hours. That's what I forgot I was gonna do that. I was gonna stop engaging with trolls unless they at least read the Prenti book. But I know you've never read anything. You've never read anything except for like this like canonical fucking like core people who are professionally defenders of empire, right? Like that's who you got. You know, they work for like a missile think tank.
For sickle cell disease, doctors extracted stem cells from her bone marrow, used CRISPR to correct the sickle cell mutation, then infused the modified cells back into her body. The goal was to give her body the ability to produce healthy red blood cells on its own. It worked. Victoria now lives a normal life. CRISPR research is now being directed at other diseases like cancer, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, MS, and more. But those studies use CRISPR to remove dangerous genes. CRISPR can also add genes, favorable genes. And if you can do that, people will. Wouldn't you want your child to be smarter, stronger, resistant to illness? Every parent would. But using technology to improve the genetic quality of the population, there's a word for that: eugenics. Your shift at the factory ends and your real work begins. 6 months ago, you were approached by a woman in the Resistance who fought against the global AI system now called the Guardian. Of course, you'd heard of the Resistance but never considered joining. Every other day, the news ran a story celebrating the execution of its members. But this woman's passion convinced you that you had to do something to help.
We need to restore genetic diversity and end the AI's control over human reproduction. Its pursuit of perfection is creating a society of automatons. We're becoming obedient drones and losing all that makes us human. When was the last time you saw true art or heard music that stirred your soul? If we don't stop the Guardian soon, imperfects like us will be completely gone, hunted by tracers until nobody's left who remembers what being human really means.
Dude, this is like a fucking such a like a right-wing dystopia vision where it's like making shit up to be fucking scared of, that like one day it might come to this instead of the numerous horrors that are going around all over the empire right now, right? Every day.
Your training began the next day, and it was grueling.
Central bank digital currencies. Oh god, I'm so scared. Oh god.
Your resistance cell has people with many different backgrounds: doctors, engineers, even former tracers. They taught you how to hack computer systems, evade patrols, and handle weapons. Here in New York was one of the Guardian's main hubs, 33 Thomas Street, the former AT&T building, now called Titan Point. Many years ago, the United States ran a vast and highly illegal surveillance program out of Titan Point. The program was exposed in documents released by someone named Edward Snowden. You would think that Americans would have been outraged to learn that their own government was spying on them. But the news came and went, and nothing happened.
It's like AJ presents that. This is what this type of guy does too. They always present stuff like that as if it's like apathetic, when it's like, no, it's not apathetic. It's fucking lack of there's no avenue by which to create change. That's the issue with everything. It's fucking fake democracy. Here's Khrushchev Lied. It's a great book. Not what I was looking for, but this is actually somebody actually going and checking some of the sources that the Western fucking bullshit artists pretend that they did.
Military officials, even the director of intelligence, publicly lied about the program.
This video sucks
Nothing
anyway.
happened.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
Liar.
It was that kind of apathy that led to this mess.
Publicly lying.
The resistance wouldn't make that mistake.
And again, too, the thing I want to drive home to is every time there's been a committee like this where you see these guys lying about stuff like that, you can go back and check the tape and see over and over again they just lied about everything the entire time. Just been lies. It's just the media is like constantly moving on to the next thing, and it's just force fed this like idea of like life and you know, the dialectical nature of reality. It's like that is fabricated.
Titan Point, aka 33 Thomas Street, is a fortress. It's impenetrable, but the resistance has someone on the inside. If everything goes to plan, you and 3 members of your cell will slip in through the underground garage. Your contact will take you to a workstation connected to the Guardian's network. Then all you have to do is plug in a portable disk. On the disk are variations of old computer viruses designed by the US, Israel, Iran, and the new Soviet Union. Viruses like Stuxnet and NitroZeus, designed by humans, perfected by AI. If they work, they could cripple the network and take down the entire power grid. Communications, transportation, banks, and all financial systems all would go down. For a time, anyway. But time is all you need. AI destroyed by AI. You smile at the poetic irony of it. You reach the heavy steel door and check your watch. 5:54 a.m. It's time. The moment your watch hits 5:55, you hear the heavy locking mechanisms disengage. The door opens and your contact waves you in. Genetics is a relatively new science. The earliest experiments were conducted by Gregor Mendel in the mid-19th century, studying inherited traits in pea plants. But genetically manipulating crops has been going on since the end of the Stone Age. It was as simple as keeping the good crops and throwing out the bad ones. Traditional genetically modified organism, or GMO methods, enable the creation of plants with favorable traits like increased yield and resistance to disease. Corn and cotton are engineered to resist pests, reducing the need for dangerous chemical-based pesticides. Rice has been genetically modified to produce higher levels of vitamin A, addressing vitamin deficiencies in developing countries. Before CRISPR, most of this was achieved with selective breeding and gene splicing. Gene splicing involves physically cutting DNA and inserting new genes into the genome. In 2009, Japanese scientists spliced jellyfish DNA into marmoset embryos to make them glow in the dark. Not only did this work, but the gene is now passed on to their offspring. This is the first time this has been achieved in a primate. Since then, scientists have created glowing sheep, pigs, and even glowing cats.
Oh, I like this glowing cats idea. Easier to see their evil lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, seriously, Hecklefish. Good
But gene
call.
splicing is difficult and not very precise. Whereas CRISPR is so precise, it's like copying and pasting specific genes. You can also use CRISPR to turn certain genes on or off in any genome, in any organism, including humans. In addition to curing disease, researchers are exploring CRISPR to create new biofuels. There's a team genetically modifying mosquitoes so they can't carry malaria. For years, scientists have tried to revive extinct animal species. The process is difficult and they've had mixed results, but it's much easier with CRISPR. And there's big money in de-extincting animals.
What if bringing species back from extinction could help bring critically endangered species back from the brink, help hundreds of threatened species thrive, and support the restoration of the planet's critical ecosystems? That's the goal of Colossal.
A company called Colossal Biosciences secured $150 million in financing just last year. They plan to resurrect the woolly mammoth, the dodo bird, and other extinct species.
What are they, nuts? It's like these people never seen a movie. They're making Jurassic Park for real.
They kind of are. And when a new technology emerges, governments of the world ask, is there a military application? Well, in this case, the answer is yes. CRISPR has launched a new kind of arms race. Countries are hard at work right now trying to build the world's first super soldier.
What?
When Guardian AI incorporated every nation of the world into a single government, war, drought, and famine were eliminated. The only challenge to our peace was the imperfects. We had no way of tracking down these terrorists. Until now. Today, Guardian released the first deployment of the Elite Tactical Retrieval and Criminal Resistance Team, known as Tracers. Tracers have been genetically designed to be the perfect hunters. They're physically imposing, standing well over 6 feet tall, with lean, muscular builds. They are the strongest and fastest humans ever to exist. They can maintain a 35-mile-per-hour sprint for almost 10 minutes. Guardian says future generations of Tracers will be even faster and with greater stamina. Like a chameleon, a Tracer can change the color of his skin to match his surroundings. Their eyes are enhanced with advanced optics, which include 100 times zoom, night vision, and infrared. From over 100 yards away, a Tracer can hear breath or even a heartbeat. They can smell sweat from even farther, even upwind of their target. Tracers also possess enhanced cognitive abilities. With their Neuralink implants, their minds process information thousands of times faster than a normal human. They can analyze complex data, gather clues, and predict their target's movements with uncanny accuracy. No doubt, Imperfects will target Tracers whenever they encounter them, but Tracers are extremely difficult to kill. They can regenerate damaged tissue, mend broken bones, and even regrow lost limbs. Tracers have been engineered to have an extremely high pain tolerance. They can push through injuries that would incapacitate a normal person, never slowing down or losing focus of their mission. Tracers are relentless, unstoppable, and utterly devoted to their purpose. They will not rest until every last imperfect has been eliminated from the gene pool. Then, we will finally have peace.
Despite the World Health Organization condemning the use of CRISPR for anything other than medical necessities, governments around the world are very interested in its military potential.
I bet.
What could the military do with CRISPR?
Yeah,
Think Captain America
exactly.
or Wolverine. Real-life superheroes. Super hearing and night vision. Increased muscle mass and even regenerative healing.
I guarantee you they've already tried all this shit, and if not, continue to try it.
Possibilities are endless.
Think about like how cheap this would be, relatively speaking, compared to like a fucking weapons program.
But here's something scary. These changes don't have to be made to embryos. They can be made to full-grown adults. In 2017, Russian President Vladimir Putin said his scientists would soon be able to create a soldier with specific characteristics that would let them fight without pain or fear or regret.
Yo, the Winter Soldier!
Yep, and China doesn't want to be left behind. They're allegedly testing soldiers right now.
And they have found that there is ample evidence that Chinese scientists are very interested in applying biotechnology to the battlefield, and specifically the CRISPR gene editing tool, which raises a ton of questions. Picture super strong commandos who can operate on 3 hours sleep, or a sniper who can see twice as far as a normal person.
that's what happened to Wuhan. They were trying to create a Chinese Batman.
Let's not get into it. In 2020, France announced it's looking into enhancing their soldiers. French Defense Minister Florence Parly said they have no immediate plans for invasive technology for their soldiers, but she said other countries wouldn't hold back, so they have to be prepared. In 2021, the UK entered the arms race. The UK's Advanced Research and Invention Agency has been given £800 million to research genetically enhancing soldiers. And you can't have an arms race without the good old USA. In 2019, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, launched a project to explore genetically editing soldiers. One last thing. Remember Colossal Biosciences?
Yeah, the company making Jurassic Park?
Yep. They have a new investor.
Oh no, a big pharma company?
Worse.
A big tech company?
Worse.
Well, the only thing worse would be, wait, do you mean?
The CIA.
Oh no!
Yep. The CIA gets a black budget of about $100 billion a year, more or less. They're throwing a lot of that money at genetic research. Colossal Biosciences, Ginkgo Bioworks, Metabiota, Biomatrica, and T2 Biosystems all allegedly receive millions in CIA funding. These companies use artificial intelligence for gene mapping, genetic testing, and other DNA research.
Whoa.
What?
One of the companies the CIA funds is called T2?
Yep.
That's literally what Terminator 2 is called.
It was.
If the CIA is using AI and gene editing, they are literally creating Skynet. Like, for real.
They really are. And speaking of Terminator 2, remember the rest of the title of that movie?
Judgment Day.
Judgment Day. Judgment Day came and went as expected. Your crimes? Counts of treason, terrorism, conspiracy, resisting arrest, assaulting an agent of the state, and the charge every imperfect faces, defying natural order. The sentence for any one of these is death. There was no reason for them to pile the charges on. They even threw an account of breaking and entering. You check the clock on the wall. 6:55. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left to live. In 5 minutes, your cell will open and the guards will take you to a room. What happens in that room, nobody knows, only rumors, but whoever goes in that room doesn't come out. 4 minutes left. This is a worse fate than the others on your team. They were all killed by tracers during the Titan Point job. At least they didn't have to sit in a cell counting down days, then hours, now minutes until their death. The plan was going so well, for a few minutes at least. Your contact opened the door right on schedule. A quick ride up to the 15th floor, which was temporarily closed for renovation. Then into the telco closet where the workstation was waiting, just like the blueprints said it would be. The portable drive fit, the virus uploaded. You never felt more elation in your life. It was pure joy. Then you heard the gunshots, and you knew. There was no reason to hide, they knew you were there. When you opened the door, there were two tracers standing over the bodies of your friends, and there was your contact, staring at his shoes. He betrayed you. It was a long shot anyway. The AI was always a step ahead. You don't know how many resistance cells are left, but you can scratch New York off the list. 3 minutes left. You spent the last 2 weeks in your cell going over the plan again and again, trying to find the hole, where it went wrong. But there was no hole. The plan was perfect. The problem was your contact. He was human, an optimized human. It was hard to blame him. He was bred to be obedient, loyal, and even fearful of authority. Trusting him was a mistake. You never really had a chance. You hear footsteps in the hall getting closer. The jangling of keys. The door unlocks and opens. The guard nods his head as if to say, let's go. I still have 2 minutes, you tell him. He looks at your wall clock and nods. You're right, he says. Do you want to wait? In a flash, you recall the memory of your father shoving you down the hatch, the shouting, the crawling in the dark, and the hiding. Most of all, you remember the hiding. Hiding for years. Fearing this moment would happen one day, and here it is. You tell the guard, nah, I'm ready. You hop up from your bunk, casually walk past the guard, and start down the long gray hall. It's finally time to stop hiding. Eugenics is defined as a set of beliefs and practices designed to improve the genetic quality of the human population. Eugenics is most often associated with the Nazis, but it didn't start with them or end with them. The sterilization of people considered unfit has happened on every continent and in every major country. In 1907, the Indiana eugenics law was passed in the US, the first of its kind in the world. The law authorized the involuntary sterilization of certain individuals, specifically the mentally ill. By the 1930s, more than 30 states had passed similar laws. These laws primarily targeted individuals in mental institutions or prisons, but they also affected others in the community deemed unfit for reproduction, including people with disabilities, those with mental illness, and individuals of certain racial and ethnic backgrounds.
Oh, no.
Yep, this law was abused. In Sweden, more than 60,000 people were sterilized between 1934 and 1976. Just like the US, the program was designed to prevent people from reproducing who were deemed by the state to have undesirable traits. The mentally ill, the mentally disabled, the physically deformed, or anyone behaving in a way considered socially problematic or genetically inferior. In modern times, eugenics is not accepted as scientific. It's considered erroneous and immoral. Eugenics is no longer an acceptable practice. Or is it? Many countries allow women to terminate a pregnancy if the fetus shows signs of impairment, illness, or a genetic disorder. Depending on the country, up to 90% of women choose to terminate. Is this eugenics? I'm not judging, I'm just asking. But consider this. What if instead of terminating a fetus, that fetus's illness could be repaired? CRISPR not only makes that possible, it makes it easy. This would lead to more births of healthy babies. But technology was used to alter that child, which alters the gene pool. Is this eugenics? It's an ongoing debate. There are valid arguments on both sides. On one hand, preventing a child from having Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease, sickle cell disease, sets up that child and his or her parents for an easier life, and spares that family a lot of pain and expense. On the other hand, CRISPR technology does interfere with the natural order of things. Of course, it's done with good intentions, but whenever we tamper with nature, there can be, and there usually are, unexpected consequences.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
In a historic victory for global stability, Guardian AI has successfully neutralized the terrorist group known as the Resistance.
The Resistance.
This misguided faction sought to undermine the peace and progress achieved through Guardian's genetic optimization programs. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the tracers working out of the New York branch, the Resistance's leadership has been captured and their network dismantled. Guardian will now be able to continue its vital work unimpeded, ensuring a future of health, harmony, and security for all citizens. The world can now breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the Guardian is watching over us. Always watching.
In 2021, the World Health Organization started putting together a set of global standards regarding CRISPR and gene editing. The WHO said gene editing should be used only in cases of medical necessity. The report explicitly says gene technology should not be used in any military application. But there's a slight problem with the report. That isn't law. It's up to each country to decide how they use CRISPR. And it's safe to assume some countries aren't going to agree with the WHO. In fact, the evidence shows all the major world powers are gearing up for a new kind of war to be fought by a new kind of soldier. How we use CRISPR will shape the future of our world. The evidence will be recorded not just in our history books, but in our DNA. A lot of today's story was speculation, and the future doesn't have to be so dark. CRISPR has the potential to eliminate genetic diseases. HIV, genetic blindness, MS, even cancer can almost be completely eradicated like smallpox was in 1980. But remember Dr. He Jiankui, who created twin girls immune to HIV? Well, he didn't. It didn't work. And even Jennifer Doudna herself has warned that CRISPR carries with it great risk.
The potential to do incredible things and make incredible advances that will be beneficial to our society, but hand in hand with that goes these large risks.
There have been at least 2 published, but not highly publicized, studies that show CRISPR causes damage to DNA. The study found deletions of thousands of DNA bases, including at spots far from the edit.
Cleavage site.
Right. Some of those deletions silence genes that should be active and activated genes that should be silent, including cancer-causing genes. Within 20 minutes of the release of that study, 3 publicly traded CRISPR companies lost more than $300 million in value. Like with AI, we have to be very, very careful with this technology. The dystopian future I described today could easily happen. The foundation is already here. We, as a species, are at a crossroads, and I don't know which road we'll take. Zeus gave Pandora a box as a wedding gift, but told her to never open it. She couldn't resist. You know the story. When Pandora opened the box, it unleashed all the evils and miseries into the world: disease, poverty, hatred, violence, and suffering. I've heard people compare AI and CRISPR to Pandora's box. Now that the box is opened, there's no going back. CRISPR and AI aren't going away. In fact, despite all the warnings and the potential danger, these technologies are being expanded. Right away, Pandora knew she made a mistake and did finally close the box, but all the contents had escaped. Except one thing at the bottom of the box was left behind. Like Pandora, that one thing might be the only thing we have left. That one thing was hope. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
I can do this all day.
This has been the Y Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do him.
Fucking pathetic, AJ. Sucks. Is that bros? I mean, it's 6 already. I gotta go.
You have probably seen this video of a girl performing a rock and roll
come
kick.
on.
Let's learn a
Alright, what was I looking for? Moon. Oh god. Reviewing. That's why it doesn't, I guess.
Wyoming is a very curious place when it comes to historical anomalies. It is particularly rich with peculiar oparts. The rock art that spans many millennia of man's history, handprints seemingly melted into the solid stone within the white rocks of White Mountain, or indeed the falling block. Although the name would suggest that this block is in a precarious position, it is in fact unliberated from the bedrock. Unquestionably reminiscent of the countless abruptly abandoned mines and quarries places such as Aswan in Egypt, Yangshan in China, Easter Island's El Gigante, and so on. Regardless, it is hastily dismissed as a geological formation. Its compelling characteristics, however, cannot be denied. Its unnatural shape, its level top, its out-of-place appearance, as if placed there or as if it had fallen from the sky. Not to mention the curious symmetrical patterning on certain sides, the same possible tool marks we have previously identified on stones, within such gigantic megalithic sites as that of Gornaya Shoria, another site littered with similarly sized blocks that are also argued as natural, yet the artificial characteristics present at the site would make this explanation unlikely. Located in the eastern part of the Bighorn, in a plateau northwest of the Dihedral's wall, predictably little official study has been published in regard to the falling rock, although it is well known within rock climbing circles, indeed due to its symmetrical and seemingly worked shape, making it great for practice before taking on the bigger climbs. If such an object were to be located upon the surface of Mars, for example, it would undoubtedly create a flurry of interest due to its clearly artificial-esque form, yet because it is on Earth, and the truth of our past has been lost, or worse hidden, it is simply ignored in favor of a more digestible and easier explanation. A dismissal of other possibilities, most probably made without any in-depth study being done on the area in line with such a hypothesis. It simply does not give one a sense of authority to say that they do not know. Additionally, during our research, we stumbled upon the medicine wheel, formerly known as the Bighorn medicine wheel. Paradoxically, it is argued as an indigenous artifact. This regardless of the open fact that no indigenous people have publicly claimed to have built the Bighorn medicine wheel. During negotiations to include the Bighorn medicine wheel to the Registry for National Historic Landmark and Sacred Site status, the Crow indicated that the wheel was already present when they came into the area. What do you feel about the peculiarities within Wyoming? Do you believe some were left by a lost civilization, particularly the Falling Rock? We find the Falling Rock, and indeed the history within Wyoming as a whole, highly compelling.
Highly compelling.
In 1932, gold prospectors searching within the San Pedro Mountains of Wyoming would make a groundbreaking discovery, a find which for a brief period of time exposed to the world the past existence of a group of people, a secret, unexplainable race, which has been successfully covered up for over a century. Cast into the realm of folklore, this group of people could be attributed to tales of gnomes or hobbits. The once native Crow people spoke of their ferocious nature for many hundreds of years. No taller than 36 inches in height, according to William R. Corliss in his 1978 book Ancient Man, A Handbook of Puzzling Artifacts, citing the Anthropological Institute, Journal 6, 100, 1876. An ancient Little People graveyard of vast proportions was once found in Coffee County. It was estimated that there were as many as 100,000 separate individuals buried there, and in 1932, 2 gold prospectors would thankfully expose the existence of the little people of Priory Mountain to the world. Deep within a mine on the mountain, they discovered a secret lair, a tomb, somehow placed deep within the rock face. Within this tomb, they found the mummified remains of a tiny humanoid. Now known as Pedro, according to Dr. Henry Shapiro, an anthropologist from the American Museum of Natural History, along with the several X-rays he made, proving his authenticity. Pedro was 65 years old when he died, and he had unfortunately suffered a terrible fall, which had dislocated several of the vertebrae in his back. It seemed to Dr. Shapiro, a head wound that he had apparently suffered some short time after may have been the result of his relinquished life, in a curious act of mercy by his fellow tribe members. The Crow tribe attests to these tiny people once being gifted warriors, feared by all those in the surrounding areas. They told of the little people murdering all who ventured near them, even decimating a group of 200-strong warriors who mistakenly trespassed into their territories during the night. Pedro ended up in a pharmacy in Wyoming, and for 7 years he was a successful local attraction. One day, when an unusual businessman offered to buy him, after apparently paying a very large sum, the man disappeared with Pedro, and he has never been seen of again. The only existing mummy of the little people, it seems, was successfully confiscated during the late 1950s. To this day, it is not known where Pedro is, although for the person who locates his current residence, we have been made aware of a substantial cash prize for the person who can bring him back into the public arena, or at least enable further testing. If you know where Pedro is, please do get in touch. There is someone with a rather large present waiting for you.
What the fuck was that?
When someone mentions the word Jurassic, visualizations of enormous creatures surrounded by man-eating plants will soon follow. And this is for good reason, because during the era of the dinosaurs, enormous creatures could only survive with equally enormous food sources. Within the Black Hills of Dakota, petrified remains of these once enormous organisms can still be found. Presumably, they can also be discovered in many other parts of the world. Yet within the Black Hills, it seems the prehistoric remains have avoided the deluge of sediment, which has been experienced elsewhere, subsequently burying the evidence under several meters of earth. Petrified, enormous trees that, when alive, would have soared into the air, matching in height many of today's modern skyscrapers. Opened to the public in 1929, an entire island, 50 by 100 miles in size, covered with the perfectly preserved petrified remains of a once gigantic forest. Trees of incredible and seemingly impossible sizes, destroyed by a cataclysm which made them collapse in unison. Now recognized as one of the largest outcroppings of fossilized petrified wood anywhere on the surface of the Earth, it is a rare natural insight into the enormity of Earth's ancient wildlife. Quote, "Here is just the beginning of an astounding photographic documentation of this petrified island, a little glimpse of an entirely unknown condition upon the Earth. It is a major historical discovery that, if embraced, will cause major upheaval within the science and religious communities," said Joseph C. Bennett from BeholdGiants.com. Scientists assume that the maximum height of a tree was 425 feet from the ground. At this height, the tree's ability to pump nutrients is supposedly overcome by gravity. However, Joseph, along with several other astute researchers, have discovered the remnants of ancient trees within the area, which would have had a circumference of over half a mile. The Devil's Tower, coincidentally also within Dakota, has been argued for many years by many people to actually be that of a once enormous petrified tree. The formation of its rocky surface does indeed appear to be reminiscent of tree bark, yet many will argue against such a premise, or indeed the possibility, based on traditional rather than more modern and controversial understandings of the past capabilities of plant and animal life. Thankfully, as more research is undertaken and more become aware of these amazing places, the possibility becomes even more likely.
Too.
Cave paintings and petroglyphs are undoubtedly some of the oldest and most interesting artworks found anywhere on Earth. Some of these artworks, found within the unforgiving terrain of the Great Outback within Australia, for example, have been dated at well over 10,000 years old. Illustrations in ochre that show many of the animals our distant ancestors loved or hunted, along with many other forms of artistic recreation. Like a time capsule allowing us to travel back to peek into the minds of ancient man. Although these ancient artworks are undoubtedly important to our understanding of ancient man, there exists a number of other petroglyphs that are considerably different to these primitive achievements. Found within the White Mountain of Wyoming, there are a number of petroglyphic carvings that were seemingly made with nothing else than our ancestors' hands. These deep-set handprints were somehow left within solid sandstone, as if created by softening the rocks with their minds, hands, or perhaps voices alone. How did an ancient people manage to create these marks? Did our ancient ancestors somehow figure out how to soften stone? There are many sites all around the world which possess similarly enigmatic marks. Were they left by individuals capable of softening stone, or perhaps left upon the stones while not fully formed? To melt or soften stone requires immense heat, that which is usually only found within the center of the earth, or indeed the lava flows which spew forth from its core. One interesting theory regarding the possible softening of stones, created far back within antiquity, was initially discovered still been surviving within the minds of locals who surround the ancient sites of Peru, most notably Sacsayhuaman. A theory put forth to explain the shaping of stones within the fortress, regarded as a local legend by the first explorers of these sites. Percy Fawcett, as well as Hiram Bingham, who actually rediscovered Machu Picchu, noted that it was a liquid derived from plants, which was apparently known to the ancients to turn stone soft. In fact, in 1983, a Catholic priest attested to using the technique, actually achieving the softening of solid stones, although he was apparently unable to return the resulting flurry back to solid stone. Furthermore, according to other researchers, Jan-Peter de Jong, Christopher Jordan, and Jesus Gamera, among others, ancient walls within Cusco show evidence that ancient cultures used very high temperatures to shape them. This unknown process vitrified the surface of the blocks, turning them to glass. Based on these observations, Jong, Jordan, and Gamera speculated that ancient man possessed an advanced device which somehow allowed them to melt stone blocks. And although the petroglyphs of the White Mountains are yet to be fully studied by anyone, we feel they are probably the strongest piece of evidence of this lost process. They are undoubtedly highly compelling.
Several tons, pose questions about the conventional understanding of the technological capabilities of the era. Proponents of these enormous tombs surrounded by water moats that have never been excavated. There are colossal quarries covered with machine marks and cut with laser-like precision. There are massive stone walls resembling those found in Peru and Egypt, the blocks of which couldn't be moved even today with our modern technology. Join us in this documentary, where we will explore the prehistoric marvels of an unknown civilization that inhabited not only the land of what is now Japan, but also the surrounding seabed, which was once the home of an advanced ancient civilization before the end of the last ice age. Mount Nokogiri, located in Chiba Prefecture, Japan, is the location of an enormous megalithic site believed to be an ancient quarry. The Japanese have aptly named this site Saw Mountain, due to the cut marks reminiscent of a saw, and they used it as a stone quarry beginning in the early Edo period, from 1603 to 1868. However, the actual age of the Mount Nokogiriyama quarry remains a mystery. There are many features of the site suggesting a much older and possibly prehistoric origin, hinting at the works of a lost advanced civilization. The theory that Mount Nokogiri could have been an ancient quarry long before the Edo period is fueled by the perfect cuts on the stone, which are remarkably precise. These cuts are exceptionally straight and clean, suggesting the use of advanced tools or techniques that seem out of place for the known historical period of the quarry's operation. During the Edo period in Japan, the technology and tools available for quarrying and stone cutting were quite basic, using chisels and hammers, as well as wedges and spikes. When comparing these traditional tools and methods to the precise and almost machine-like cuts observed in some ancient stones at sites like Mount Nokogiriyama, there is a notable discrepancy in capability. We must also consider the incredible height of these walls, which reach up to approximately 30 meters, which is about 100 feet in some places. The precision in the ancient cuts suggests the use of technology that could consistently produce straight and perfectly aligned cuts, no matter the height, which is difficult to achieve with the aforementioned traditional tools. Curiously, the precise stone cuts at Mount Nokogiriyama bear a striking resemblance to those found at other ancient sites across the globe, where similar meticulous craftsmanship points to sophisticated stoneworking skills. For instance, Pumapunku in Bolivia is an ancient site famed for its incredibly precise stonework. The cuts and drill holes in these stones are so fine and exact that they have led some to speculate about the possibility of advanced prehistoric stone cutting technologies, possibly even predating the Inca civilization. If Pumapunku was constructed by a highly advanced civilization preceding the Inca, who then merely inherited the site, might it also be possible that the Mount Nokogiri quarry was originally developed by an even older civilization, which was later inherited by the Japanese? The features discovered at the site are extraordinary. For instance, there are sections where precise roads and arches have been meticulously carved straight into the rock face of the mountain. Such achievements are truly monumental. The strangest anomaly of the site is the various vertical incisions, which are perfectly parallel to one another. If you watched our recent documentary in which we explored the prehistoric megalithic sites found in China, these vertical incisions probably look familiar to you. We showed you these same incisions on various unexplained sites in China, such as the Yangshan quarry, where gigantic stone blocks were carved from the rock, together with the vast cave networks of Longyu Caves, the Huashan Grottos, and more. All of these extensive sites were centers of monumental construction efforts and stone extraction processes, with millions of tons of rock being removed. For simple Bronze Age cultures equipped with primitive tools, such tasks would have been unfathomable.
Shit, dude.
The precise vertical cuts found at all of these sites closely resemble those produced in modern mines using advanced drilling machinery. Take a look at this comparison of the lines found at Mount Nokogiriyama and compare them with the marks left by our modern machines. The similarity is uncanny. Of course, this does not mean that the ancient Japanese were unskilled stoneworkers. During the Edo period, the Japanese, who likely inherited this ancient site, added remarkable pieces of art, like this giant Buddha. This impressive sculpture, which dates back to 1783, was carved directly into the stone face of the mountain. It stands approximately 31 meters high, making it one of the largest Buddha statues in Japan. Adjacent to it, there are over 1,500 smaller stone statues of Buddhist disciples, known as Reikan. These statues, scattered around the slopes of the mountain, are intricately carved, each with unique facial expressions and poses. They depict the followers of Buddha, each captured in different postures of meditation and contemplation. But again, these artistic decorations were likely added thousands of years later and have nothing to do with the original builders of the site. Given all that we've considered thus far, it's worth questioning whether this prehistoric site was actually used as a quarry at all. The primary objective of a stone quarry is typically to extract the maximum amount of stone using the least amount of labor and energy within the shortest possible time frame.
Hey, Booney, I've missed that
However,
sub,
the
dude,
practices
thanks.
observed here appear to contradict these principles. If the workers lacked
Looking up.
machinery and had to make parallel incisions by hand, it suggests that they extracted as little stone as possible while expending a significant amount of labor. Moreover, why would they create perfectly polished and precisely angled 90-degree cavities in the rock if their sole intention was merely to extract stone? Such meticulous craftsmanship suggests other motivations or purposes behind their laborious efforts. But the question is, what? As we transition from the rugged landscapes of Mount Nokogiri to another significant site, the Oya Stone Quarry in Utsunomiya, we encounter a very similar quarry. In this quarry, we can once again see precise cuts and parallel machine marks on the stone. Are these marks really made by some sort of advanced ancient machine technology? The notion that such technology existed is supported by the precision and consistency of the markings, which conventional tools of the periods attributed to these sites would struggle to achieve. What sets the Oya Stone Quarry apart from that on Mount Nokogiri is that it reaches depths of about 200 feet or 60 meters. This is a monumental undertaking by any standard, especially without the use of modern equipment. The interior of this man-made cave is remarkable, with a perfectly flat floor, precise 90-degree angled cuts in various parts, and once again, parallel grooves. The site looks exactly like the Longyu Caves and the Huashan Grottos in China. But how is this possible, considering the distance between the Oya Stone Quarry in Japan and those sites in central China is approximately 1,800 kilometers,
You think it was the same guys?
1,118 miles. This measurement does not account for the additional distances that would be added by land or sea routes needed to actually travel between these two locations. Maybe all of these sites were built by the same global civilization, a civilization that possessed advanced technology and sophisticated knowledge that would allow them to construct these gigantic megaliths. It is unknown what caused the extinction of this culture, but most likely it was some sort of cataclysmic event. If we visit the town of Takasago in Hyogo Prefecture, we can find another incredible megalith. This is Ishino Hoden, also known as the Floating Stone. This unusual and strange creation was carved from a single piece of stone block made from tuff. Tuff stone is a type of rock formed from volcanic ash ejected during explosive volcanic eruptions. This gigantic megalith weighs around 500 tons, and it's about 15 feet high and 15 feet deep, which is around 5 meters. This makes this stone larger than any of the stones used in the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest of which weighed 80 tons. To this day, the origins and purposes of this ancient relic are a complete mystery, as there are no inscriptions or markings on it. Estimates place its construction in the prehistoric Jomon period, which dates back to around 14,000 to 300 BCE. A Shinto shrine was later constructed around the stone by the Japanese, and the megalith became traditionally known as the Floating Stone due to its unique placement. The design of this stone is highly unusual. It resembles a component of a vast machine, almost like a cube with a tapered end on one side. The stone is precisely cut, with sharp, clean angles and smooth surfaces that testify to the advanced stone working techniques of its builders. It is formed into two vertically oriented flat rectangular parallel pipettes. One side features a protrusion that resembles the peak of a pyramid. But how is it possible for a prehistoric hunter-gatherer society to be able to carve, extract, and transport a 500-ton stone block? The origins and methods used to craft such an exquisite piece of stone art remain a mystery. The water continuously flows from beneath the earth under the stone. The link of this extraordinary megalith to groundwater makes some theorize that the site could be some kind of energy generator that interacts with the water beneath it. Locals also associate the monolith with the healing of ailments and illnesses. In many cultures, including Japanese, water is often seen as a purifying element and is commonly associated with spiritual renewal and life. The presence of flowing water under the Ishi no Hoden may contribute to its sanctity and the reverence with which it is regarded. It is possible that the original placers of the stone chose its location specifically because of this natural water feature, seeing the spring as a symbol of endless life or a direct connection to the spiritual world. But there's also the possibility that the constant flow of water that emerges from the ground is not a natural phenomenon, but some kind of advanced hydrological system. In our 2-hour documentary about prehistoric advanced megastructures in Egypt, we talked about the Osirian, a massive complex that is still not fully excavated. Just like Ishi no Hoden, there is a constant flow of water beneath the structure. With the Osirian, it's been well documented and known that the water flow is not natural and that there's a vast subterranean hydrological system of channels. Additionally, locals state that the water beneath Ishi no Hoden never runs dry, even in times of severe drought. We know that most ancient megalithic sites are aligned to star constellations and celestial events. Curiously, on the winter solstice of 8600 BC, the sun rises precisely facing the pyramid tip of the stone. The mysterious megalith, which creates the illusion of floating above the water, fascinates people thousands of years after its creation. Another fascinating discovery in the same region of Asuka was the massive granite coffins found within the Ueyama Kofun tumulus. The construction of these coffins looks very similar to the megalithic stone Ishi no Hoden. In fact, the strange knobs on the granite boxes and the massive knob on Ishi no Hoden all bear
like
a
the
striking
bullet clouds?
resemblance to the various knobs found on other megastructures all across the world. We already mentioned the gigantic stone block found in China at the Yangshan quarry, which also bears gigantic knobs. There are also the various knobs found on the megalithic stone walls in Peru, together with those found in Egypt and other places around the world. Stone walls aside, the two horizontal granite chambers that lay side by side were nearly identical to other granite boxes found in Egypt. Like the granite boxes in Egypt, those in Japan also showed perfect 90-degree angles in their corners.
I think those were like
smooth
some sort of
surfaces,
battery.
and extreme precision in their makeup. How is it possible for ancient people with primitive tools to be able to shape pink granite, which is one of the hardest materials on Earth, into such precise and smooth shapes? There is also a large piece of granite with meticulous carvings and channels, which are too precise and smooth to be made with primitive tools. The purpose of these is unknown. In fact, the entire site is restricted and visiting it is impossible. There are many more mysterious stone structures in Japan, the origin of which is mostly unknown. For example, there's the Sakafune Ishi, a mysterious artifact also located in Asuka. This massive stone structure carved from a single piece of granite measures approximately 3 meters in length, which is approximately 10 feet, and is shaped somewhat like a boat or trough. The stone is hollowed out, creating a basin-like form with a flat base, which has led to much speculation
Those
about
big
its use
Sakara
and meaning.
boxes?
Granite is extremely hard to work with. This makes the circular oval shapes and perfectly smooth channels on the surface of the structure quite impressive. Without any indications of its true purpose, historians speculate that it was used for ritual purposes or for the production or storage of the traditional Japanese rice wine, which is integral to Shinto rituals and celebrations. However, the giant granite piece, which weighs around 10 tons, sits in an area rich with other ancient artifacts and ruins, suggesting it was once part of a larger piece or construction. A Japanese researcher by the name of Hiroshi Hayashi made an interesting discovery by examining the lines of the stone. He believed Sakafune Ishi was actually an ancient map centered from the North Pole. He measured the exact degrees and angles of the lines and believes the rock shows the directions to important ancient megalithic sites like Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, and others, as the degrees of the lines fit perfectly with the longitudes of these sites. The center of the stone actually represents the center of the Earth, which is incredible, considering latitudes were formally established in 1884 in England, and the oldest ones were established in 1494.
I don't know, dog.
The precise craftsmanship and the effort required to quarry, transport, and shape such a massive stone indicate that it held considerable significance. The site's proximity to other key archaeological finds also suggests that there was a massive complex in the area, and what we find today are merely the remnants that have withstood the passage of time. If you walk just a few minutes away from Sakafune Ishi, you can find another incredible stone known as Kam Ishi, which means the turtle stone. This gigantic stone is named that way because it has a clearly defined shell, head, and limbs. The precise reasons for its creation and the meanings attached to it remain subjects of debate among historians. Some suggest that it might have had astronomical significance and was used as a marker for celestial events or seasons, while others believe it could have marked a burial site or a significant place within the Asuka region.
So bizarre,
According to
man.
legend, the turtle stone in Asuka, Japan, possesses a mysterious and somewhat ominous quality. It is said that when the stone faces west, a great flood will strike the land.
If it actually turns all the way and faces west, then Japan will sink into the ocean and disappear. The idea, of course, this being a barometer of the fortunes of the country.
Presently, Turtlestone is oriented to the southwest, sparking both curiosity and concern among those who know the legend. This enigmatic behavior of the Turtlestone has led to various speculations about its nature and origins.
Does it move?
One intriguing theory suggests that the stone might be magnetic and interact with Earth's magnetic field. This interaction could potentially allow the stone to detect or measure magnetic anomalies, which might be linked to cataclysmic geological events such as earthquakes or floods. Such properties would make the Turtlestone not only a cultural and historical artifact, but also a natural geophysical marker or warning system. The pole shift hypothesis, which postulates that the Earth's poles have historically shifted, causing massive global changes and cataclysms, could potentially explain the stone's reputed behavior. If the Turtlestone is indeed magnetic, it might be influenced by shifts or instabilities in Earth's magnetic field caused by movements of the planet's core or tectonic plates. These changes could align with the legends of the stone, shifting its orientation prior to environmental upheavals. In the same area, we can find more megalithic structures like Oni no Sekimen, which literally translates to the demon's washing stone, or ogre's washing stone. This megalith is located near the Asuka River and is famous for its peculiar shape and the legend surrounding it. According to local folklore, an Oni, which is a giant demon, used this stone to wash its face each morning. The stone is relatively flat and large, suitable for the mythical purposes it is said to have served. The stone is also thought to have been part of ancient rituals or practices, given its prominent placement and distinctive form. Some theories suggest that it might have been used as a sort of altar or ceremonial platform, possibly related to water rites, given its proximity to the river. The physical characteristics of the stone, including some grooves that could be interpreted as wear from repetitive use, add to the mystery and the legend.
So we're just here at another stone called the Devil's Toilet. And it's hard to get back far enough to see it clearly. It's got these geometric cuts in it, which are really quite unusual.
Next to it is Oni no Manaita, which translates to the demon's cutting board. Legend has it that this stone was used by a giant Oni to chop up human victims or prepare food. This gruesome imagery contributes to the stone's eerie allure and its cultural significance as a site of supernatural lore. Physically, Oni no Manaita is impressive due to its size and the flatness of its surface. Also in Asuka, there's the Ishibutai Kofun, which is one of the most famous and visually striking tomb sites in Japan. Ishibutai Kofun is remarkable not only for its historical significance, but also for the engineering feats involved in its construction. The tomb is constructed from massive stone slabs, with the largest stones forming what is today an exposed stone chamber after centuries of erosion stripped away the earthen mound that once covered it. The stones used in Ishibutai are enormous. The largest slab, which forms the ceiling of the tomb's chamber, weighs around 140 tons. Other significant stones in the construction include the upright slabs that weigh approximately 60 tons each. It's a mystery how an ancient civilization was able to pile such gigantic stones in such a way. All over Japan, there are thousands of Kofun burial mounds, and mainstream historians traditionally date them back to around 250 AD. Despite the established chronology, there is a subset of historians and researchers who believe that many Kofuns may actually be much older, predating the traditionally recognized timeline of Japanese civilization. These claims are often based on the advanced technological skills that would have been required to construct such massive structures. The precision in the carving of the stones, the engineering required to transport and lift huge stone slabs, and the meticulous placement in specific configurations suggest a level of technological sophistication that some argue could not have been achieved at the time without more advanced knowledge or equipment. These theories often draw parallels with other ancient megalithic sites around the world, where similar arguments are made about the use of advanced technology long before it was supposedly invented. The precise nature of the stone fittings, similar to those seen in the architecture of other ancient civilizations, and the enormity of the stones, some weighing several tons, pose questions about the conventional understanding of the technological capabilities of the era. Proponents of these theories suggest that these structures could be remnants of a yet-to-be-understood phase of civilization, possibly linked to other ancient cultures through lost technological knowledge or through a shared but not yet identified heritage. If you dig deep into research, you may stumble on these incredible statues from Okinawa, Japan, which are incredibly similar to the statues found in Mexico. There's also a giant head, which closely resembles the Olmec heads, which are also in Mexico. Unfortunately, when we dug deeper, we found out these statues were not ancient, but were the ruins of a park that was abandoned in the 1990s. But does that mean there aren't any legitimate links between these ancient civilizations? Located in the Kansai region near the center of Japan's main island, we can find the Osaka Castle, which is a 16th century iconic Japanese landmark. But what's really incredible is the foundation on which this castle was built. Osaka Castle was built on a prehistoric foundation of gigantic polygonal blocks, tightly fitted together without any gaps. This mega-platform that predates the castle itself looks very similar to the ancient stonework found in Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt. This architectural similarity provides intriguing clues to a possible pre-Diluvian connection between Japan and the advanced prehistoric civilizations scattered around the globe. Such polygonal and cyclopean styles are observed not only in Japan, Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt, but also in distant locales like Easter Island. What might this widespread distribution of a distinct architectural style signify? Could this be evidence of a once global advanced civilization? What's most shocking is that one of these stones weighs approximately 800 tons. This gigantic stone block is known as the octopus stone, also referred to as the drum stone. Its exact origins are still a mystery, and historians still can't fathom how an ancient civilization was able to quarry and transport such gigantic stones without the use of advanced technology. The stone looks similar to the gigantic Baalbek stones found in Lebanon, which are also a historical mystery. We have to consider that even today, with our modern technology, we won't be able to lift and transport the so-called octopus stone. That begs the question, what kind of technologies did this lost prehistoric civilization possess to be able to accomplish this Herculean task? Additionally, there are stones weighing more than 100 tons in different parts of the site, all stacked precisely with minimal gaps. If we look closely at the stone wall, we can see signs of significant weathering on the surface of the blocks, which suggests that this stone foundation could be extremely old. This observation is particularly compelling given the polygonal style's efficacy in seismic zones. This construction technique, where stones interlock tightly without mortar, provides exceptional stability during earthquakes, a frequent threat in this region. This durability might imply that the castle's foundations have endured for thousands of years, withstanding the harshest earthquakes in Japanese history. Despite numerous reconstructions due to warfare, natural disasters, and other devastations, the core ancient structures, particularly the megalithic stones, have likely remained largely unshifted, underscoring the ancient technique's effectiveness. This resilience speaks volumes about the ancient architect's skill and foresight. Moreover, another peculiar feature observed on some of the stones is the signs of vitrification, which suggests that they were exposed to extremely high temperatures, possibly from a cataclysmic event. This detail leads to speculation about their ancient origins and whether these stones could have witnessed global cataclysmic events, such as those posited by the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which theorizes that a comet impact devastated early advanced civilizations. This means that these stones could have been constructed more than 12,000 years ago. Therefore, the question arises, could Osaka Castle's foundations be relics of an ancient, technologically advanced civilization that existed long before our current understanding of history? The evidence suggests a possibility that could fundamentally alter our perception of ancient human achievements. We can see similar megastructures in the Edo Castle in the heart of Tokyo. There are numerous precisely cut stones fitted together without the use of mortar. The remnants of these walls can still be seen around the Imperial Palace, which stands on the former grounds of Edo Castle. Undoubtedly, all of these gigantic structures were built by the same lost civilization and were later built upon by later cultures. If we compare the 16th century Japanese wall construction methods to the perfectly precise stone walls of old, we can see the difference. The Japanese used a more primitive technique known as burdock piling. This method of building stone walls involves fitting large rocks together with cracks filled with pebbles and smaller stones. These walls are uniquely sloped, creating ovate shapes that resemble the blossoms of Japanese burdock plants, hence the technique's name. Although this was still a very sophisticated construction method, as it had greater stability than regular brick walls with mortar and allowed the stones to move slightly during earthquakes without causing significant damage, it is no match to the more ancient polygonal construction method, where the stone blocks were not only significantly larger, but were also fitted much more precisely. We can easily speculate that the medieval people of Japan were capable of building megalithic structures. However, the Japanese medieval people documented and recorded their buildings as well as the constructive processes, but we find no mentions about the megalithic architecture anywhere. Remarkably, on some megalithic stoneworks, like on the Nakano-mon stone wall, we can find metal clamps embedded in the blocks. This is an incredible correlation with other megalithic sites across the world, all of which possess the exact same feature. But there are even more structures that correlate with prehistoric civilizations on the other side of the world. Take a look at the spectacular rock-cut tombs in Kyushu. These tombs are hewn into the sides of hills and cliffs, utilizing the natural rock formations as both the medium and the setting for these ancient grave sites. They often feature square or rectangular entrances leading into deep chambers. The creation of these tombs required precise stone carving skills and a deep understanding of rock properties to ensure that the chambers were stable and would not collapse over time. But here's where things get very strange. If we compare the rock-cut tombs of Japan with the Kangxi rock tombs in Turkey, we find remarkable similarities. But similar doorway engravings can be found all over the world, in India, in Peru, Italy, and Egypt. The entrances are adorned with the same rectangular carvings, which is very unusual. What is the chance for this being a coincidence? And these are not the only rock-cut tombs in Japan. There are also the Yoshimi Hayakwana ancient burial tombs. The name Yoshimi Hayakwana translates to 100 holes of Yoshimi. This site consists of 216 ancient burial caves carved into a hillside. Each tomb features a small square entrance leading to a round, domed interior. The caves vary in size, but are typically just large enough to hold 1 or 2 adult bodies. Some tombs are adorned with simple carvings or niches which might have held offerings or memorial items. Of the most impressive of the rock-cut dwellings are the Ishinuki Nagino caves, situated in the Nagasaki district. These intricate tombs represent a remarkable archaeological feat characterized by a series of ancient niches and small caves carved into a 250-meter-long rock formation. These caves are numbering 48 in total, and all of them have skillful finishing and intricate decorations, both on the facades and within the interiors. Some of the interior chambers are quite large, which led some researchers to suggest that this site was not just a tomb, but some kind of ancient city ingrained in the hillside. The effort to carve these chambers directly into the rock and to extract so many tons of material reflects the sophisticated capabilities of the people who made them. The unique rectangular engraving found on the entrances of many of these sites, from Turkey to Japan, can also be seen on the Ishino Hoden Kofun, which is an incredible megalithic structure located in Takasago. This ancient monument is carved from a single massive stone and is estimated to weigh around 500 tons. The monolith is quarried from a type of fine-grained bluish-gray granite, and as we said before, granite is one of the hardest materials on Earth. The structure is roughly cubic, with a flat top that some believe had some sort of purpose. What makes Ishino Hoden particularly intriguing is the precision with which it has been carved and shaped. The surfaces are remarkably smooth and flat, with clean, straight edges that suggest a high level of technical skill and meticulous planning. This level of craftsmanship indicates that the builders not only had the tools necessary to work granite, but also a profound understanding of stone masonry. The site is associated with several legends, one of which suggests that it floats above the ground. Historically, the site is believed to have been used for burial purposes by the local ruling class, as the complexity and number of the tombs suggest significant time, resources, and labor investment. The site's secluded location and the effort required to carve these tombs into rock faces indicate that this was a sacred area reserved for individuals of high status or spiritual significance. Strangely, similar sites can be found on other parts of the globe. One of the more remarkable tombs found in Japan is the so-called turtle tombs, also known as kamekobaka. These unique structures, predominantly found throughout the Ryukyu Islands, capture attention not only due to their unusual turtle-like shape, but also because of the profound architectural and historical significance they embody. The Okinawa turtle tombs are meticulously carved from limestone, a sedimentary rock prevalent in the region, which has been used extensively across Okinawa for various construction purposes due to its relative abundance and workability. The tombs are shaped to resemble a turtle's back. This design is not merely aesthetic but imbued with deep symbolic meaning, reflecting a reverence for ancestors and the belief in their continued presence and protection in the afterlife. The construction of turtle tombs involves a sophisticated understanding of stone carving. Each tomb is crafted to have a dome-like, rounded top with a flat underside that rests on the ground. Traditionally, the turtle tombs are thought to have originated in the 17th century during the flourishing of the Ryukyu kingdom. However, some scholars and historians propose that these tombs could be much older, possibly dating back to a prehistoric period or being the work of an unknown ancient civilization that once inhabited the region. This theory is spurred by the sophistication of the tomb's design and the advanced masonry skills required to construct them, which some argue may surpass the capabilities traditionally attributed to the Ryukyuans of historical records. These structures exhibit flawlessly polished surfaces and are meticulously cut, featuring perfectly precise 90-degree angles and edges. The weathering on the stone also suggests they are extremely old, leading to the belief that they were used by the people of the 17th century, but weren't actually constructed by them. Additionally, there are turtle tombs so ancient that they are barely recognizable, engulfed in earth and vegetation, suggesting they could be thousands of years older than mainstream historians believe. Strangely, these structures look very similar to the Quenuani structures in Peru. The design looks remarkably identical. During the fierce conflicts in Okinawa between Japanese and U.S. forces in World War II, records indicate that both locals and soldiers sought refuge within the turtleback tombs, which subsequently became strategic points of contention in the battle to control them. This showcases the strength of the massive constructions. Regardless of their true origins, the turtle tombs remain a vital part of Okinawa's heritage and are revered as sacred sites even to this day, with people continuing to construct tombs for their relatives in similar designs. And speaking of tombs, you should know that the entirety of Japan is filled with thousands of tombs, most of which are unexcavated. These tombs, or kofun as they are known, vary significantly in size, shape, and construction method. The most common shapes are keyhole-shaped, circular-shaped, and square-shaped. The keyhole-shaped kofun, which is unique to Japan, is particularly fascinating. It combines a square front and a circular rear. These keyhole-shaped tombs were constructed with remarkable precision and attention to detail. They are vast, island-like structures encircled by a moat, with some featuring several smaller moats. In Sakai City, in particular, there is the Mozu Kofun group, which consists of more than 100 burial mounds spread across a large area. The largest and most famous of these is the Daisen Kofun, which measures around 1,600 feet in length, which is 490 meters. This makes the surface area of this tomb bigger than the surface area of the pyramids of Giza, and makes the Daisen Kofun the largest tomb by area in the world. The creation of this tomb was estimated to have taken 2,000 workers who worked a continuous 16 years to finish it, after removing 1.6 million cubic meters of soil. According to the local legend, to construct a kofun, people would work during the day, while the gods worked at night. Despite their massive size, little is known about the kofuns. Because kofuns are associated with Japan's mythological first emperors, archaeologists are not permitted to excavate or even enter most of these sites. For this reason, these ancient tombs remain shrouded in secrecy, guarded closely by the Japanese government and the Imperial Household Agency. The limited knowledge available only heightens the sense of fascination surrounding these keyhole tombs, leaving us yearning to uncover what's hidden inside them. As for the gigantic Daisen Kofun, it is believed to be the burial site of Emperor Nintoku, one of Japan's legendary emperors. However, this theory is mainly based on an ancient text which reads that, among 5 kings sleeps the Emperor Nintoku. However, this text was written hundreds of years after the actual construction of the kofun, so who or what's truly inside is still a mystery. The global significance of the kofun tombs was highlighted when the Mozu Kofun group was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019. This recognition underscores the importance of these tombs not only to Japanese history, but to the broader understanding of ancient civilizations. The restricted access and limited archaeological excavation of the Kofun tombs in Japan have given rise to various conspiracy theories and speculations. Some believe that the Kofun holds advanced ancient technologies or knowledge that modern authorities want to keep secret. Interestingly, there are many keyhole ancient structures and depictions all across the world. It's clear that this symbol had a profound meaning across these cultures. There are the keyhole tombs found in Sardinia, although they are a bit different. These tombs are characterized by their elongated burial chambers with a distinct keyhole-shaped layout, similar in shape but different in function and construction to the keyhole-shaped Kofun tombs in Japan. This keyhole tomb is attributed to the Nuragic civilization, which is one of the Mediterranean's most ancient cultures that existed around 4,000 years ago. Another keyhole structure can be found in Egypt at the Kam Ombo Temple, which is famous for the mummified crocodiles found there. This architectural innovation was called the Nilometer and was used to measure the Nile River's water level during its annual flood cycle. It consisted of a single vertical column marked with graduations and submerged in the river. The markings allowed observers to read the water level as it rose or fell against the column. Another keyhole ancient marvel is the Saudi Arabia geoglyphs. The keyhole geoglyphs in Saudi Arabia are part of a fascinating and enigmatic group of archaeological features known as the Works of the Old Men, which spread across the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. They are typically constructed from stone and are thought to be around 2,000 to 9,000 years old, dating back to the Neolithic period. Their function and purpose are still unknown. There are many more keyhole structures and depiction that in different ways resemble the Japanese Kofun tombs. However, there's another site, which unlike the keyhole structures we showed you so far, doesn't resemble, but looks like an exact copy of the Japanese Kofuns. But there's a twist. This site is not located on Earth. In 2016, researchers studying high-resolution photos of the surface of Mars spotted an eerily similar keyhole-shaped mound. The structure displays extraordinary symmetry, and what's shocking is that there aren't any large geographical features anywhere near this structure. The enigmatic structure visible on numerous satellite images of the red planet displays staggering similarities to the ancient Japanese Kofun tombs. Many UFO researchers agree and claim that the structure identified on Mars probably went through millions of years of erosion, but it's clearly visible. Shape is a definitive telltale sign of the possibility of an ancient civilization that inhabited Mars thousands, if not millions of years ago. These seemingly outlandish theories are actually supported by Japanese mythology, which is rife with tales that could be interpreted as encounters with extraterrestrial beings. In fact, the first emperor of Japan is considered to be a descendant of a celestial god. And in Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan, there are numerous deities known as kami, which are described as interdimensional beings descending from the sky. Perhaps the most cited example in discussions about ancient alien theories in Japan is the Taketori Monogatari, also known as the Tale of Princess Kaguya. This 10th century narrative is considered Japan's oldest prose narrative, detailing the life of a mysterious moon child, Kaguya Haim, who is discovered inside a glowing bamboo stalk. As the story unfolds, Kaguya Haim grows into a woman of uncommon beauty, eventually revealing that she is from the moon and must return to her celestial family. The descriptions of her celestial origins, her return to the moon in what could be seen as a spacecraft, and the heavenly entourage that comes to retrieve her, are often interpreted by alien theorists as an allegory for extraterrestrial visitation. In fact, there's a 7,000-year-old ancient rocket ship cave carving found in Japan. It is still a mystery how ancient people were able to carve a petroglyph that looks identical to a modern rocket ship. The most famous UFO encounter in Japanese history happened 220 years ago during feudal times. In 1803, during the late Edo period on the shores of Harayadori in Hitachi province, local fishermen witnessed a perplexing sight. An unusual craft was seen drifting toward the shore. This object, covered in small metal plates reminiscent of the heat-resistant tiles used on space shuttles, eventually washed ashore, sparking curiosity and astonishment among the locals. The design of this craft was extraordinary, as it had glass windows in its upper section,
crazy, right?
likening its appearance and construction to technologies not seen until the modern era. As the crowd gathered around the mysterious vessel, a hatch opened, and from within emerged a young woman. The woman had a distinctive red hair and eyebrows and held a mysterious box. She was dressed in strange, unfamiliar garments and spoke an indecipherable language. Inside the craft, onlookers discovered writings resembling hieroglyphs, a type of script completely unknown to them. This story of the Utsuro Bune, as the craft came to be known, appears in 3 different ancient Japanese texts. Considering that these texts are historical, for many in Japan, this tale is viewed not just as folklore, but as a potential historical encounter with what some might deem a celestial visitor. Today, there are museums in Japan that even show a recreation of the vehicle encountered in 1803, although they refrain from calling it a UFO. Perhaps the most famous prehistoric megalithic structure linked to ancient extraterrestrials is the Masuda no Iwafun, which translates to the rock ship of Masuda. This incredible megalith weighs 800 tons and is carved from a single piece of granite. Strangely, it doesn't resemble any other architecture in Japan. Many believe it is some kind of representation of the celestial vesicles of the gods, but to this day, no one knows who carved or placed it there. On the other 3 sides, trellis-shaped chisel marks can be seen close to the ground. Because granite is known to be difficult to carve, even with modern tools, this sculpture fascinates specialists and scientists who consider it a technical wonder. On the north side of the structure, there is a square scale-like pattern. The most popular theory about the stone's construction is that it was used as an astronomical observation point.
We're a big fan of mantoids over here.
Its orientation alignment with the slope suggests that the monolith may be linked with the Japanese lunar calendar and to the first astronomical observations. However, some experts disagree with this. With no conclusive information regarding the significance of this enigmatic stone structure, the whys and wherefores of its existence remain a mystery to this day. But if there was an advanced ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago, would the first and oldest known civilization in Japan know something about them? The Jomon culture, which dates back to around 14,000 BC, are considered the first people to inhabit what is now Japan. The Jomon people were predominantly hunter-gatherers, though they also engaged in early forms of agriculture, and considering the era in which they existed, we can agree they were very primitive. They didn't have clothes and instead used animal skin. For this reason, the various dogu figurines created by them are quite unusual. These figures are depicted wearing sophisticated costumes and garments that resemble armor. How could such an intricate costume or armor have been imagined in a culture where clothing wasn't made from anything but hides?
Jesus.
The strange thing is that similar figures were found all across Japan. Given the sparse population, estimated at only about 250,000 at its peak, and the limited modes of transportation, primarily walking, it is intriguing how such a specific image became commonly accepted among people who were barely in any contact with each other. This widespread acceptance might indicate that the staring dogu might have been based on something all of these ancient people actually saw. But considering these beings look like extraterrestrials with their bulging eyes and exaggerated proportions, together with their costume which looks like a spacesuit, it makes you wonder, how is this possible? But there are other strange figures, like the so-called reptilian statues, which date back to the Asuka period around 6th century AD. They look very similar to the 7,000-year-old Ubaid statues from Mesopotamia. There is no definitive explanation for why these statues have reptilian features, but we know well that reptilian humanoid figures are depicted all across the world. If these figurines represent a long-lost ancient civilization, this means that this civilization existed more than 15,000 years ago, in a prehistoric era before the Ice Age. This was a time so ancient that the sea level and the waters surrounding Japan weren't even there. But does that mean there may be more megalithic structures on the seabed near Japan? In 1986, a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake was scouting for a good spot to observe hammerhead sharks. As Aratake explored the waters, he encountered massive underwater rock formations with sharp, precise angles and fine edges that struck him as too unusual for a natural formation. Intrigued by the geometric nature of the rocks, he noticed that they resembled architectural structures, complete with terraces, steps, and flat surfaces that mimicked the appearance of step pyramids and other ancient man-made constructions. The site became known as the Yonaguni Monument, named after the southernmost of the Ryukyu Islands in Japan where it was discovered. The site's largest and most famous structure, which resembles a stepped pyramid,
Alan, you should get your
extends
uncle
some
to go
90
check this
meters
shit out.
at its base and rises to a height of about 25 meters. Realizing the potential significance of his find, Aratake alerted marine scientists, including Professor Masaki Kimura of the University of the Ryukyus. Kimura, along with other researchers, began a detailed investigation of the site, which led to further discoveries of the monument's features, including columns, roads, and what appeared to be cross-shaped formations, all suggesting the possibility of an ancient, submerged, man-made site. Dr. Kimura argues that the monument could be the remains of a 10,000-year-old city, submerged at the end of the last ice age due to rising sea levels. According to his research, the formations on Yonaguni show evidence of human modification, such as the deliberate carving of the rocks, consistent spacing and dimensions of structural features, and the presence of what he interprets as roads, ceremonial centers, and perhaps even large-scale water management systems. Dr. Kimura's hypothesis is supported by comparisons to known ancient constructions, particularly those involving large stone blocks or megalithic architecture, such as those found in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Central America. These comparisons are used to argue that the skills and technologies required to create a site like Yonaguni might have been available to a prehistoric civilization with advanced engineering knowledge. Nevertheless, the established archaeological institutions deemed the site a natural formation, made entirely by nature.
Of course they did.
But how is this possible, considering there are straight lines, steps, and sharp edges, all with exact 90-degree angles? The region around Yonaguni has a rich...
All the shit we just saw, all over this fucking region. All this incredible stuff that people are like, yeah, I know we don't have a record for it. And I know we have concurrent records from the people who actually did live here. And there's no indication of any of this stuff. But we're just going to assume, natural formation.
History and mythology that includes...
I don't know. I just don't even know like how much is off as so much as like how much is accurate. Like... Just before recorded history, I really feel like it's nothing, just like a black hole. And they, there's this like convenient fictional like shorthand that they use for what they think history is like. But I don't know, I think that just shows like the broad contours, right? I don't think that like I think when we look back at it like on a systematic worldwide scale, like, yeah, of course it looks like agriculture was not there and then it came in all of a sudden and then prosperity ensued. That's like the trend line, right? But we don't know about the specifics. So all this shit, I never heard of any of these things. I heard of Yonaguni, but none of the other stuff I'd even heard of. That was fucking nuts. Like, it seems like an awfully lot of history to be crammed into such a small time period, especially given we know that they didn't have the right tools for the job and that they didn't write about it. It's just like if the culture itself has writings from the period where you hypothesize and they don't mention the structures, then maybe you want to keep looking for a different source, right? I can't imagine doing that. Like, oh yeah, we're just going to assume it was these guys. We got this carbon date for roughly the same period, so we're just going to assume these guys built this shit. No, I know they didn't mention it or anything, but first time for everything.
Legends of lost continents and great flood.
I've never really had a big desire to go there, but this is actually making me rethink my, my priors.
Similar to flood myths found in many cultures around the world. These stories, passed down through generations, sometimes speak of ancient cities and civilizations that were swallowed by
Mesopotamia
the sea,
deserved 9/11.
To the idea that Yonaguni could be a remnant of such a lost world.
First one.
One such story is the lost ancient kingdom of Yamatai. It is believed to have been a vast and powerful nation that disappeared from history as rising sea levels submerged its cities beneath the ocean. Yamatai was reportedly governed by a mysterious sorceress named Himiko. Its exact location has never been identified, nor have the causes of its vanishing been understood. Interestingly, the existence of Yamatai has been confirmed by historical documents from 300 AD, Records even mention their queen, Himiko, dispatching an envoy to the Chinese emperor. It's theorized that tectonic movements in the region may have led to Yamatai being engulfed by the sea. Despite the fascinating theories of a man-made origin, the Yonaguni Monument is the subject of ongoing debate among scientists. Some geologists and archaeologists argue that the monument's features can be explained by natural geological processes such as tectonic activity, which is common in this seismically active region. They point out that sandstone, which makes up the monument, is prone to fracturing and erosion in patterns that can mimic man-made structures. However, the theory that the Yonaguni Monument might be man-made is not without its merits, and continues to be a subject of intense research and exploration.
Stuff like that.
The precise angles and the seeming organization of the structure suggest that further investigations are needed to fully understand the origins and nature of this underwater enigma. There are many more unexplained structures and mysteries we found during our research, which we won't be able to scope into this video.
Wow.
We journeyed through the dense forests and coastal waters of Japan to uncover remnants of an unknown civilization that once mastered the landscape, both above and below the sea. These structures suggest a sophisticated knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and geology, indicating that the people who built them had capabilities that far exceed the traditional view of prehistoric societies.
Look at all this shit.
As we close this exploration,
see
the revelations we've encountered compel us to reconsider not just the history of Japan, but the very
There's a whole different thing going on with this stuff. Yeah. And it's like every
if you've
video we
enjoyed this
watch,
documentary and would like to see more high quality,
like each one of these videos we see, I feel like I know even less than I did before. Look at this fucking thing. What the hell is this? It's like so much of this stuff looks to be part of some sort of like energy generation thing too, is the other thing. Yeah, it's expensive, that's what I thought. Yeah, he said that a lot of the sites are restricted. I think it's the same way in China too. China, I think, has even more incredible sites. The fuck, man? What were they doing? What were they doing it with? I mean, the most plausible scenario, I think, has to be one of those melted rock things. You know, like that would have kind of explained a lot of this stuff. Like if they had some sort of thing to melt the rocks, or at least like soften them up, because then I feel like that would probably explain the nub thing. The nub thing is also incredible. Like, what the fuck, man? When there's nubs like the same way all over the world. There's those little like metal like bracket things. They're not handles or anything, and it's like they're not really for carrying the stones either. So many questions. Just how do they fucking do these giant polygonal blocks all over the world? It's like, yeah, it's the right climate for it too, right? Like they have these fucking exact same architectural style in Japan, South America. I mean, all over the place. Greece. Some of the stuff is like, meh. And other stuff is like, wow. And none of the art really is too compelling to me when they say like, oh, this is the same artistic style. The technology stuff, though, I do kind of raise an eyebrow because it's like, you figured it out at the exact same time, roughly the exact same time period, concurrently on other sides of the world, even though you were at different pre-development phases. It's just like seeing how the Flint Dibbles of the world operate too. They just like fake it till you make it. I gotta go. All right. fucking compelling. It's so highly compelling. ASMR ear licking. You guys want your ears licked? Okay, well, remember, there's always a threat of the hitchhiker effect. Sit back. Hey, get back here. Hey, you kids. Back here. So, you want to end up here and not the other place. So, best way to do that is to subscribe. One or more of the channel complex, you know. That usually prevents them from getting yours.
For Twitch says, and a gigantic thank you to Steve the Gentle. No, I won't elaborate.
Don't elaborate. Fucking elaborate. Okay. Elaborate on this dick. Yeah.